Hi, Don.
Hello, is that Lynn? Is that Lynn Gugi?
Yes, it is. How are you?
To us and tell us how you'd like to take this. Thank you.
Hello and good evening to everyone. Thank you so much for coming. It's a really critical time for Zambia. As many of you know, Zambia has been a peaceful country, and we reintroduced multi-party democracy in 1991. And since then, we've had several peaceful transfers of power. So what we are currently experiencing in our current election period is totally unprecedented. We really are on the precipice of losing our democracy. I just want to introduce, actually can't see them, our colleagues who are supposed to speak on this panel. There's Dr. Sishua, who is a Zambian historian, well known to some of you, who I think it's fair to say predicted much of what is happening now, much to our chagrin. I don't see Mrs. Beauty Katebe there. Is Ms. Fides Temba there? Okay. So I think what we'll do, a good place to start would be with the background, the history of how we've arrived at where we're at now. So I will hand over to Dr. Sishua to set the scene for us as to what has been happening in the last 5 years in Zambia as we've led up to this August 2026 general election. And then we'll get into discussing what is happening currently in the country as we wait for the final election results to be announced. Dr. Sishua, I hand over to you.
Thank you so much. I hope that I'm clear. Thank you so much, Madam Kasonde. I was hoping that you didn't put me on the spot by starting so that I don't make the mistakes that others can learn from. In terms of the understanding how we got here, I think it's important to frame this in the context of Zambia within Southern Africa, maybe even Africa in general. Unlike many countries in the region, Zambia has a very established democratic tradition, which has been noted as a model for other countries, and that history has rested on the presence of a number of factors. One has been the existence of a set of institutions that have been very crucial to coming together to defend democracy whenever democracy is under attack. Civil society initially, grouped around church organizations, were joined by non-governmental organizations, NGOs, in the 1990s, following the country's transition to multi-party democracy. And even though the character of the civil society changed in the context of neoliberalism, where the kind of mass organizations that characterized civic organizations in the 1970s and 80s, that is, religious organizations, trade union movement, weakened. What really helped was the emergence of these new associations whose existence benefited from the presence of a liberal constitution that secured their rights. And that was also aided to an extent by the emergence of a private media that thrived over the course of the next few decades and providing platform to new opposition parties that emerged following the transition to multi-party rule. There were also other institutions like the Electoral Commission of Zambia, because until 1996, the country didn't have an independent professional electoral commission. It was constituted as and when the elections, normally headed by Deputy Chief Justice, But in the 1990s, it was felt that it was important to create such a body. And what was also important was the legislation that established the commission. It was stated very clearly that the commission should always be led by a judge or a former judge at superior court level, that is High Court or Supreme Court, and that in the instance that you didn't have such a person, and the person who leads the commission should be somebody who qualifies to hold judicial office at that senior level. And since the establishment of the commission, the tradition has been that presidents used their prerogative to appoint either serving judges or former judges all the way until 2021, the election. And then you also had the existence of strong opposition parties that were able to mobilize support, hold peaceful assemblies. And that tradition, was also aided by the presence of, a deep politicized military. Zambia didn't have the history of neighboring countries such as Zimbabwe, Namibia, or Angola, where the liberation movement had a liberation army, which, following the achievement of independence, transitioned to become the guarantor of state power for that liberation movement. In the case of Zambia, independence was won by the pen rather than the gun, and that really aided the fact that the military was able to be kept away from politics. Soldiers themselves began to believe, or rather came to embrace, the ballot as an important mechanism of changing governments. And so democracy was strengthened by really a constellation of these factors. And that remained the case until, I think, 2011, when Zambia experienced its second transition. The election of Michael Sata and his party, the Patriotic Front, began to build or plant some of the seeds that were to germinate over the course of that decade. Opposition parties such as the former ruling party that Sata defeated, the Movement for Multi-Party Democracy, that had been in power since 1991, found themselves deregistered through the abuse of 30 institutions, such as the Registrar of Societies in Zambia. Political parties until 2016 were governed by a department under the Ministry of Home Affairs called the Registrar of Societies. That was problematic because usually this ministry is led by politicians, so they use this kind of institutions to undermine their political competitors in the opposition. But then we had the relatively, independent judges who could curtail some of the executive overreach, and so the decision to suspend and that rather to deregister the MMD was quashed by the High Court. And the Sata didn't live long. He was ailing by the time he won power. He was in advanced age, so he died in office in 2014 and was succeeded by Edgar Lungu, who was to govern the country until 2021. It was really under the rule of Edgar Lungu where we saw democracy eroding on a serious scale. Lungu shut down the Post newspaper, which was the country's leading private daily, established in 1991 as part of the liberalization of the media landscape. Lungu also shut down the main private television network called Prime TV. In both cases, the argument was legal. Like, in the case of the Post, they said they owed the state some outstanding taxes, and they used that excuse to say the newspaper had failed to settle its debt, and therefore the state was shutting it down. The newspaper, of course, disputed that those claimed by the state, and they said, we have not failed to pay. We are just disputing this. Can we reconcile the figures? But that wasn't done, and the Post was shut down, which was a very, very sad development, given that the Post newspaper was very important even to the strength of civil society. Then the Prime TV was shut down on the basis that their license had expired. They forgot to renew it before 6 months as required by law. And they appealed to the Minister of Information at the time, Dorasilia, were unsuccessful. So what you saw was what we characterized as lawfare, the use of legal mechanisms to, to undermine democracy. In a strict sense, what the government was doing was not, illegal. They had the authority, for example, to take the decision they did. But what we see here is an abuse of the law. And then you had the civil society also increasingly coming under attack from political elites in power. Some of Zambia's foremost civic activists, such as Laura Miti, Linda Kasonde herself was leading the Law Association of Zambia, came under increased attacks from members of the ruling party. Laura Miti and her colleagues in the civil society were constantly arrested for protesting against government excesses such as corruption. Linda Kasonde, who did more than most of us to provide direction when she was leading the Law Association of Zambia, showing courage, inspiring courage as well as example, was attacked on multiple levels. And at one time, the Law Association itself was threatened with the multiplicity, like the government supporters threatened to create other statutory entities that would have really fragmented the lawyers. And then opposition parties also came under severe, attack. Hakainde Hichilema, the current president, was arrested in 2017 on what many people saw as a traffic violation for failure to give away the presidential motorcade. But that incident was that innocuous, incident was turned into a very serious offense of treason. The state claimed that he was seeking to topple the president, and they arrested him and kept him in detention for about 4 months before domestic and international pressure forced the government to release him. Parliament also saw significant attacks. MPs of the main opposition party, over 40 of them at one time, were suspended. The executive then also created.
Government wishes to inform the public that on the night of 13th August 2026, the Zambia police, working on a tip-off from vigilant members of the public, led a joint operation to apprehend suspected militia and persons of interest in an operation that was conducted at a premise in Lusaka's Kabulonga area. The persons of interest have been under surveillance over the last few years and more recently in the last few months. Additionally, some of the individuals involved were connected to military plans involving foreign nationals and illegal military training camps, thus posing a serious threat to state security. The individuals in issue were found in possession of high-grade military weapons, ammunition, and other materials for use in armed insurrection. The operation resulted in the seizure of restricted high-grade military weapons and the apprehension of suspected members of the militia and other persons found at the scene, while others fled and their whereabouts are unknown. During the operation, the occupants of the premises fired shots at the law enforcement agencies, which resulted in an exchange of fire. Others found on the scene were senior members of certain political parties in Zambia. Among 11 persons apprehended from the scene of crime who face various criminal charges include Mr. George Sanga, Dr. Bishop Trevor Mwamba, Mr. Simon Piri, Mr. Richard Banda, Mr. Francis Mlenga, and Mr. Patrick Mwansa, all of whom are held in lawful custody at various police stations in Lusaka. The suspects have been charged and access will be given to their families and their lawyers. It is also important to mention that Mr. Brian Mundil, presidential candidate for the NRP-UP, was also found on the scene. Investigations are ongoing, and the nation will be kept updated accordingly.
Yes, we are dealing with disinformation. So where there's disinformation, we put the truth there. We have seen that the Napupu running mate, Makebi Zulu, has posted that Honorable Mutotwe Kafwai was shot by the army, 2 bullets in the chest, and is now admitted at Mainasoko. We are here at Mainasoko. I am joined by my colleagues, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Home Affairs, Mr. Machembo is at the far end there. We are also joined by the owner of the facility, the PS for Defense, Mr. Amaundu is here. So Mr. Amaundu, please explain to the people, explain to the Zambians. Is Honorable Kafwaya here? And was Honorable Kafwaya shot by your army?
It's a laughing matter. I think we need to be serious as a people.
Into the Zambians. Is Honorable Kafwaya here? And was Honorable Kafwaya shot by your army?
It's a laughing matter. I think we need to be serious as a people. We need really to move away from fabricating information. I actually came through to Mainasoko upon reading on social media that Honorable Kafwaya was shot and is actually at Mainasoko. And I can confirm to members of the public that that is unfounded. We are at Mainasoko. I've checked the record. I've engaged the management here. At no time in the last 48 hours have they received any patient by the name of Honorable Mutotwe Kafwai. So it's a total fabrication, and which is really, really unacceptable. And that is why I can confirm really to say there is no patient by the name of Honorable Mutotwe Kafwai in this facility, unless there's a different Mainasoko, but not at this particular facility.
So maybe just to appeal to colleagues in Napupu that maybe it's time they stopped this, because clearly it looks like it's a game to them, but maybe it's time they considered stopping it.
They become to be confident in the system that we have put in place. There are so many falsehoods that are being thrown around in our country in order to agitate the Zambian people, for the Zambian people to rise up or create a chaos in our country, Just today, I'm just hearing that there's a rumor going out there that President Mundil has been arrested. There's no truth to that. And yet some people have taken it as gospel truth in order to agitate a rumor going out there that President Mundil has been arrested. There's no truth to that. And yet some people have taken it as gospel truth in order to agitate the Zambian people to be calm.
My name is Muwanga Kafwaya, son to Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya. To the people of the Republic of Zambia, I haven't spoken to my dad in the past 2 to 3 days. The last time I spoke to my dad was on Wednesday the 12th of August, which was my birthday. We as a family have been wondering where he is, and we have been in suspense because we don't know how he is doing or if he is okay. Mr. President, you have 2 sons. Imagine yourself in my position. How would your sons feel if they do not know where you are and how you are doing, and have no way of reaching you? Mr. President, I am appealing. Please, help me find my dad.
Yeah. My nephew has failed to read this. Therefore, I have to pick it up as the eldest or the elder brother to Mutotwe Kafwaya. My names are Mukupa Busuma. I'm the person who raised this Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya. To the people of Zambia, following widespread social media speculation and reports concerning the whereabouts and safety of our Mr. Mutotwe Kafwaya, former Member of Parliament for Lunte and former Cabinet Minister. The Kafwaya family wishes to confirm that Mr. Kafwaya has indeed been missing since Friday, 14 August 2026. As for today, Sunday, 16th August 2026, the family has been unable to establish his whereabouts or independently confirm his safety and well-being. Our repeated attempts to contact him have been unsuccessful. And despite the growing public concern surrounding his whereabouts, the family has not received official communication providing clarity on his current location, condition, or circumstances. We are therefore compelled as a family to communicate directly to the people of the Republic of Zambia. For more than 48 hours, we have lived with the anguish and certainty of not knowing where our brother is or what may have happened to him. We have also taken note of various reports and allegations circulating on social media concerning the circumstances of this disappearance, including claims that Mr. Kafwaya was present during an incident at the residence of Mr. Brian Mundil, and that he was allegedly shot and subsequently taken away by the individuals reported dressed in military uniforms. We have not independently verified these allegations and therefore do not present them as established facts. We are, however, deeply concerned that such serious reports are circulating while his whereabouts remains unknown. It is precisely because of this uncertainty that we are calling for urgent, impartial, transparent, credible investigation into circumstances surrounding his disappearance. Our concern is not to speculate, apportion, blame, or draw conclusion before the facts are established. Our concern is that life, safety, well-being, and whereabouts of our brother. We therefore respectfully appeal to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the Zambia Police Service.
Hey, thank you for your concern. I'm worried sick. Patrick is missing. I'm getting third-party information that he was with some others and that they were abducted by men in uniform, but I'm not sure if in fact these are men in uniform or if they were just thugs. I hear that one of them has been shot and the other one killed. So worried. It's not like Patrick not to communicate for this long. He hasn't been home and the phone was just ringing. He hasn't been answering. I don't know his whereabouts. I don't know if he's okay. I just don't know anything. I'm blank. And I think at this point I can just appeal to the public. If anyone has any information about Patrick's whereabouts, to just let us know. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Zambia, and welcome to today's broadcast. Like we say always, kindly share the broadcast. It's very important that we get updates at the same time. There are many times when we are inundated with calls and people want private details of what is happening. I think the best way is ukuleta pansa kafyonse fe tuishive na mwefyo muishive bonse twayakana bonse twaishibishanya. These are very critical times. Today we are discussing Patrick Kangwa, the Secretary to Cabinet statement. I've got a powerful panel with me here for our breakfast show. Let me bring them over. Yeah. I've got Augustine Mkoka, international sports writer, and is an international journalist based here in the United States, and P.S. Chandakazia. Chandakazia is based in Canada, and they've been helping me when we introduce the breakfast show to analyze, what the newspapers are saying and the day's event. So we commence the program. Augustine, good morning. Your volume is off. I think you could have muted yourself.
I'm sorry. My sincere apologies about that. Good morning, Ambassador. Good morning, PS. How are you?
Well, yeah, we're trying. We're good. Yeah.
Wonderful. Ambassador, it's a very, very sad. It's another sad day for Mother Zambia, and I think we have a mouthful to discuss on this program, and I pray that people can tune in and listen to what we've been saying and what we are going to say, because it is on this program that we've made extensive coverage. We've discussed extensively this matter. We've pressured the government until they had to come out last night and make a statement. We do have the facts. We do know what happened. And Ambassador, since this is a preamble, I know that I'm not supposed to speak as much. I'm gravely disappointed with Secretary to Cabinet, Mr. Patrick Kangwa. You may wish to know that, Ambassador, I've known Patrick Kangwa for over 20 years now.
Oh yeah, he's a sports administrator before he becomes, a public administrator.
Precisely, and I call him Uncle PK. I'm actually on a calling basis with him. To see him read that statement, I was shattered. I must say, if he didn't have an option to read that statement, he should have resigned last night. I'm utterly disappointed in him.
Yes, Augustine, you give us your reasons. About him. Yeah, you'll explain your disappointment. PS.
That's right. Wow. I feel the same. I worked very, very well with Kangwa. It's a man that I immense respect for. And equally, when I saw him read the statement and knowing how detailed and how critical he thinks, I could not just believe.
Yeah.
It's like I had an indicator someone is like putting the gun behind him to just read it. But maybe as we start to wind down and speak about all this in broader detail, we're gonna bring some critical evidence on that.
Callers, we will open the phone lines. First, allow us to establish our thoughts, then we'll invite you to the discussions. Please, thank you very much. So this will be the format. Prepared what I'm calling something like an editorial. You give me 5 minutes to read it. or to speak to it. I haven't really written, but I think that it should be delivered. But critical, we'll be discussing, number one, the statement by the Secretary to Cabinet. We'll go and dissect it with the facts available. And of course, then we'll go back to our main role, the issue of the elections in this season. So allow me, indulge me. And to our dear viewers, continue to share the broadcast. It really helps. Kindly share the broadcast. It's a premier breakfast show. Things we say here, you may not hear them anywhere. Looking at the environment that is prevailing in Zambia, our colleagues, very qualified journalists, may not say what we can say because we have the freedom away from the oppressive environment and from the hawking environment where they're being looked at in minute details and threats, and that environment is extremely hostile for our journalists. So when we ask you to share and to say the information you find here, is just to help one another because we understand the environment of our journalists in Zambia. Not that they're not professional, but the environment is extremely hostile. So indulge me, and we wish to apologize for starting the program late. We usually start at 7 hours, and we started quite late. The video you saw is a press conference, an international press conference that was held here, and it attracted a lot of Zambians. Linda Kasonde, Sishua, and other Zambians were key speakers at that. I've got a full meeting, and we might play it later. There are many people that have been affected, and we want to bring you to speed of why things are happening, why they're happening, why for the first time in Zambia we have an environment like we are at war, or there is brewing civil conflict. For the first time, there is use of words like militia, as you heard from the Secretary to Cabinet. Like there's a rebellion brewing in this country. These are very serious matters. It even scared some people. You might even see from the consultations that people called me, you might even see some travel advice where people say, don't travel to Zambia, because now you've escalated your security levels. You know, there's green, amber, red. So you've escalated the scale of tensions in our country by that statement that was issued. So let me bring you to speed why it was. Our people may not understand why Ambassador Martha Lungu, distinguished diplomat, served in Switzerland, and Hannah Israel Katontolam were taken down like that, taken like criminals and thrown in jail like they were not even women. You saw how they arrested Kenneth Kamba. He was going to the airport and he suffered the same fate. He was going to pick his daughter, who was traveling from school from Malaysia, and he was picked like a criminal, and we have not found him soon. Fraser Msonda. So Kenneth Kamba, Fraser Msonda, Sebastian Kopulande, Ambassador Martha Lungu, Hannah Israel Katontola have one thing in common. They were part of the secretariat for Kenneth Kamba. He was running the PVT. They all suffered the same fate. Dr. Sebastian Kopulanda, it's a pity he has not told his story. Armored vehicle and over 100 officers surrounded the restaurant where they were just having tea and water. Huge, including, this anti-riot gear, because there is a fourth story we'll get to. Why Sebastian Kopulande having a cup of tea at a restaurant near Woodlands police station, by the way, that this team of anti-riot and over 100 police officers surrounded them, picked them up. He was with Emmanuel Nkoma and a young man called Daliso Zulu, son to our brother who's former mayor for Kafiwe, council chairperson, and was a diplomat in Kenya. His son has his own life, is a journalist, and is a political actor. Emmanuel Nkoma, this is an academic from Durban. Emmanuel Nkoma and his wife ran a church in Durban, very well respected in church, but he loves our country. And the last 3 months, he's been in our country trying to help with the campaign. You must have seen Emmanuel Nkoma. He has some blog spot. Combo on what, for people that know what Emmanuel Nkoma's blog spot. He was also picked with Sebastian Copeland and thrown, interrogated and thrown. Then we had the incidences in Protea, where we have over 5 of our security officials that were the first security detail of Makebi Zulu and Brian Mundil that were stripped off them. They were slapped with charges of armed robbery, accusing them that they had caused the violence in Chawama. They later arrested Moses Ingandwe, Chester, our beloved musician Chester, Winston Ngosa. If you see, you just see innocence like you would see in Edgar Lungu. He has such a familiarity, and his comedy is around Edgar Lungu. Felix Manganipiri. Felix Manganipiri is one of the oldest musicians for the Patriotic Front. He's a gospel artist, very well known for Felix Ndangeni Nshila, that famous song. But he's been singing songs, Karindula type of music for the PF since 2006, and he was a very good friend of Wasata. He's the one that discovered him. He was a very young boy when Wasata discovered him. These 3 were picked up, and they've been locked up since from Mongo. There was our videographer, Runi Kapia and Zubi. They were just taking live coverage. They've been locked up since. And all the, in campaigns, in politics, we get these young people as our security. 32 of them were rounded up, whoever they could find. 32, they're also, all rounded up from Mongo. You will not be surprised if they are the ones that will be paraded as a so-called militia, But what has brought fear and concern is the case of Brian Mundubile. We should remember where we are in the last 3 days. When we voted on Thursday, first before that we've been telling you, go and protect the vote, go and vote and protect. Vote, protect, vote, protect. When that was done, the men in the field, missions, observer missions, NGOs, and other stakeholders that have been in the field do what we call parallel vote tabulation based on the G20s, based on information from the polling station. The 4 credible ones that were in the field have all have all noted that Brian Mundubile won this election. This is where the trouble begins by Friday, because it became very clear that Brian Mundubile was president-elect from the PVT. The PVT are extremely accurate, and President Hakainde Hichilema himself has used the PVT, I think, since 2008. You should remember that a law was placed to criminalize PVT, to order PVTs never to announce their results. That is why the 4 that did these PVTs have not held the press conference. You heard the church grouping. They are saying they can only speak after ECZ has given its final results. It's because of the law, the amendment that was done to the Electoral Process Act. And others who did the PVT are saying we can only announce after ECZ have given its verdict, even when they know ECZ's results are not credible. When it became clear that Brian Mundubile had won this election, the state kicked in, held a state security meeting, and Sishua has given detailed explanation of what happened, how a state security meeting was called. Do I have a picture of, just a minute, just a file picture of the president and so this is called a CGOC. It gathers heads of our defense and security wing. And at provincial level, it's called PJOC. At national level, it's a central joint operations committee. This, what you are seeing, is what they call. the only man missing, or is at the end, is the Director General of Intelligence. Is far at the end, is not in this picture. So the president held this meeting, and I think he was given the truth that he had lost elections, and Sishua has given detailed. And now they've embarked on this process to steal the elections, where they are now, you've seen now the deployment of the military in polling stations, something that has never happened, where they are grabbing Gen 20s. And whoever has a Gen 20, they've criminalized that process because they are alleging fraud when they're the ones committing the fraud. And why is there allegations that there is fraud that took place, that Mundil was controlling all these teachers and others that were running the elections? Because that's the allegations we are seeing from, their echo chambers that they send to say what they can't say officially. Now let's just deal with that particular matter where they are alleging that Brian Mundil won the elections because he was controlling the officers that were running the elections. Let me just, I wrote some stuff because I had to think through this. Let me play a small transition before I come back to these notes.
Government wishes to inform the public that on the night of 13th August 2026, the Zambia police, working on a tip-off from vigilant members of the public, led a joint operation to apprehend suspected militia and persons of interest in an operation that was conducted at a premise in Lusaka's Kabulonga area. The persons of interest have been under surveillance over the last few years, and more recently in the last few months. Additionally, some of the individuals involved were connected to military plans involving foreign nationals and illegal military training camps, thus posing a serious threat to state security. The individuals in issue were found in possession of high-grade military weapons, ammunition, and other materials for use in armed insurrection. The operation resulted in the seizure of restricted high-grade military weapons and the apprehension of suspected members of the militia and other persons found at the scene, while others fled and their whereabouts are unknown. During the operation, the occupants of the premises fired shots at the law enforcement agencies, which resulted in an exchange of fire. Others found on the scene were senior members of certain political parties in Zambia.
Thank you very much. I was just looking for my notes. I'd gathered my thoughts, so I'd done some notes, but essentially I just want to speak in a coherent manner. So it is clear that Brian Mundil has won these elections. The PVTs are ranging in between 51%, the other one 53%. There's an optimistic one that put him at 58%. There's one that put him at 56%. So average, Brian has won an election around 54, 55%. And now there's an internal accusation, and I'll come to that probably Brian had bought off all these people. Let's just step back. The president has passed laws. All he has been doing is to prepare for this day. He has passed laws, cyber laws. He has changed the structure of parliament. He has up to, like Augustine stated, up to 75 seats just from 2 provinces of his strength. He has done everything to tilt this election in his favor. He destroyed the Patriotic Front. He jailed major leaders. People like me who were eligible to stand are in exile. And he did everything possible. When this threat kept on coming, that the PF was everywhere, he changed the civil service, public service, up to 436 public servants were retired because they were being accused of being PF. Most of them senior directors, most of them very senior management, and they brought him there on. And that was to attend to the perception that the Patriotic Front was controlling the system. Many people suffered. Teachers were sent to rural areas. They were taken away from town. Then, as everyone who's in the provinces and everywhere will tell you, their boss is one coming from one region. They've regionalized the entire public service. This same perception that the PF is controlling the public service. So everyone has a boss who's from one single region. And when we're going to elections, this is something fundamental the president did. All police commissioners with the Inspector General of Police, look at all the police commissioners. I think out of 10, 8 come from one region. 8 of them come from one region. Who is your police commissioner in Northern Province, in Luapula, in Mchinga, in Eastern Province, in Central Province, in Northwestern, in Southern Province, in Northwestern Province, Copperbelt? Who is your police commissioner? Then he made changes. Maurice Hichilema, who was at PSMD, was moved to the Local Government Service Commission. The Local Government Service Commission is extremely important because it runs general elections. It becomes the face of the ECZ because all district electoral officials and returning officers come from the local government. These are town clerks, council secretaries, provincial local government and district government officers. So Maurice was put in charge of that, and there were drastic changes that were made. Just ask who's your council secretary where you are, whichever district you are. You will have an answer, and those are the ones that are running an election. The last nail, of course we know, we've discussed ECZ that was tackled on very early on. Mwangala Zalumis, even the late inclusion of Zefianji Sinkala, who's President Hakainde Hichilema's lawyer and was a UPND aspirant in Luanshya. McDonald Penzi, his state. Then Brown Kasarom and Collins Kachaka have discussed the composition of the ECZ that is highly compromised. It's not possible to deliver free and fair elections. Then they recruited post staff, 40,000 post staffs. The young people went through aptitude tests. They were chosen, and the system infested their own people, teachers. You saw the other Hichilema in Northern Province, Evans Hichilema, who was running the recruitment for teachers and public service from Eastern, Mchinga, Northern and Luapula Province. Evans was in charge of that recruitment. So ECZ recruited 40,000 people. So tell me, at what stage would Brian Mundubile control this system, what I would say personally appointed by the president? ECZ, the post staff I employed, there was a total nullification of all the 40,000. And there was introduction of new cadres that were given, a new list emerged without following any public process. The council secretary who are returning officers, who were in charge of all these polling stations and declared that, collected these results we are talking about on Jan 20 and signed for post staff that came to at the totaling center. At what stage would Brian control such an infrastructure? Tabulaka ve pesho. So why is Secretary to Cabinet issuing this statement, which is now my last thought, is that there is an officer from the Zambia Security Intelligence Services who I had named earlier, and his name is Bond Kayula. Bond Kayula is running a parallel shadowy group that reports to the president. He's the one that's cooking up all these stories, No, they are this, no, they are this. By the way, I forgot Vauden Findlay, who was picked up and his family is still pleading, where is he? They still haven't had access 11 days. Bowden Findlay is accused of, of funding Brian Mundil. And he has harassed former service chiefs. He has harassed senior leaders, including judges and directors and heads of state institutions. And most of them have even put it on record with some lawyers of how Bond Kayula is harassing them, threatening them. He's the one in charge of this false information, alarming the head of state, giving excuses why things are why they are. So, so this Bond Kayula is in charge of even the rubbish that is being read, that there's a militia that Mundil was cooking up a team. Let me just take a short break. There's an urgent call. Maybe let me leave you gentlemen to discuss it as I take this call. Pick up the conversation. I'll come and finish. Let me just take this call.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think the story or the details regarding the military invasion at the private residence of Honorable Brian Mundil, the opposition NRPUP president, has been effectively told by himself. The moment that he was picked and the incident occurred at his residence, then he was dropped off and left at a known location. He appeared right on this program and provided a detailed narration. From then on, we started gathering information about what exactly had transpired. In gathering the information, we established a lot of details that we've been sharing on this program and on social media, on my Facebook page. Surprisingly, from that night to yesterday night, which is exactly 48 hours, the government, through their clowns, I call them clowns because I don't know when they look themselves in the mirror today what they think about the stupidity they were displaying, particularly Thabo Kawana and the likes of UPND consultant Oliver Shalala. In addition to that, there is also the Ministry of Defense Permanent Secretary, Hamaundu. Hamaundu even said it was laughable parading himself with Thabo, or allowing to parade himself in front of Mainasoko, where presumably Honorable Mutotwe Kafaya's body is lying, where Honorable Kafaya's body was deposited. These characters went live, they went public, displaying insensitivity of the highest order. They discussed the matter so casually, as if it didn't happen. They accused those of us who were telling the nation the truth, those of us who were alerting the nation that this is what transpired. You have lost lives. There was a military invasion at a private home. They called us all sorts of names. I am not too sure how they are feeling today or what kind of people they are, because it is factual now as it was before Secretary of the Cabinet appeared on television last night to discuss the matter. I'll be coming to the issue of that statement. I am saddened that we have officials who are heartless, saving Zambian citizens. I'm saddened that we have officials who do not care for the lives of Zambians. They do not respect the dignity of human life. This is unacceptable. Countrymen and women, you cannot have such leaders. They're trying to conceal an illegality. They conducted an illegality at the residence of an opposition leader who, according to parallel voter tabulation, was leading in that election. I must say, the order to invade the private residence amounts to war crimes. It's a war crime that they've committed. Now, that could not have happened without express permission of President Hakainde Hichilema. It could not have happened without express permission from the Zambia Army Commander, Lieutenant General Geoffrey Chongo Ziele. It was unacceptable. I will come to the statement by Mr. Patrick Kangwa. Like I said in my preamble, I have known Mr. Patrick Kangwa a little over 20 years. And I call him Uncle PK. I've seen him in public life when he served as Lusaka mayor at some point. He has served, I knew him when he was at Lusaka Dynamos. From Lusaka Dynamos, he went on to aspire for leadership at the Lusaka City Council, became a mayor there. After he became a mayor, he later served as a director at the DMMU, Disaster Management Unit. For the longest time, he was there, and he then went to study for his master's in the United Kingdom. And he came back, continued to work as a public servant. He has a distinguished service history. But yesterday was the lowest key point. I must say that as a sports person, when there was a moment to survey who could become first president, at one point, Mr. Patrick Kangwa's name came up. I'd never understood why some former first president rejected his name. And when I saw that yesterday, I realized why they said he couldn't be a leader. I remember they described him as spineless. I have to review some of these things because these are things that happen in the background when you're assessing leadership. I think knowing what we know, Uncle PK last night should have resigned as a public service, as secretary to the cabinet. He has nothing to lose, unless they put a gun to his head and they wanted to kill him if he was not going to issue that statement. However, he should have resigned. I took note of a few points he raised. He claimed that...
let me just make an announcement, an urgent announcement. Kindly share the broadcast. You saw I left to attend to an urgent call. I've just gotten confirmation that Honorable Brian Mundil will be joining us at our breakfast show here. So quickly share the broadcast. Let everyone know that Honorable Brian Mundil is coming. And we're just arranging the background issue that he will be with us and he will join the discussion. Share the broadcast. We are hosting Honorable Brian Mundil is joining this eminent panel of Augustine Mkoka, Chandakazia, and myself. Let's hear from him all these strong allegations that they've made against him. So please share the broadcast. Honorable Brian Mundil is coming on our broadcast shortly. Augustine, finish your thoughts, then we let PS give us his thoughts too.
Thank you, Ambassador. So I jotted a few points. He claimed there was a joint operation. No, there was no joint operation. That was an operation by the Zambia Army Special Forces Unit, otherwise known as Commandos. When you look at the narration and you look at the video of a young journalist who went there to capture the scene of that invasion, there is one thing, if you pay attention to detail, you must realize. When the journalist arrives on the scene, he captures the window of the guard room, which was riddled with bullet holes. What does that tell us? Before those soldiers forcibly brought down the gate, they had already started shooting at that residence. Who were they aiming at when they were shooting at that window? Number one, chances are that there was no one outside the gate and they just started shooting indiscriminately. They shot, then they used an armored vehicle to bash the gate and bring it down. When they used an armored vehicle and entered the residence of Honorable Brian Mundil, I think they saw a lot of people there. At that point, we do not have the details of what could have happened. However, everything we've gathered is that there was no one who was armed. There was no one who was exchanging gunfire. They just began to shoot. They were acting on orders just to kill. Some of those bullets could have hit, the ADC, somebody else, and the people that were there. And this is why it is feared that Honorable Brian Mundil's ADC died in that process. When these commandos now moved on, they started looking for Honorable Brian Mundil, according to himself, and found him in his bedroom. When they arrived and entered his bedroom, they shot at Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya. Now, when they did whatever they did, they picked everyone who was there. They dragged those that they had shot like sacks of bark. They then started taking these people to police stations. They didn't know where to take Honorable Brian Mundil initially. They took him to force headquarters. After force headquarters, they took him to command center. After command center, they went and dumped him in some bush somewhere. We don't know where they dumped him. They didn't know what to do with Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya because at that point he was bleeding. So when initially they took him to Ibex Hill, the police at Ibex Hill refused and said it was not their operation. They had no knowledge about that operation. They refused. Those people then took Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya to Minor Soko. When they took him to Minor Soko, they didn't identify him. They left him in Minor Soko as an unidentified person. To this day, this is why we cannot be told where Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya is.
Now, when they've realized that there are fatalities, when they've realized that what they have done is wrong, they now want to cover up. And this is why in that statement, you hear Secretary to Cabinet Patrick Kangwa saying some people ran away. They now want to say that those people are missing. They cannot account for them. This, again, is another falsity in that statement. They never told anyone that they took these people to the police. We have established that even in all the police stations where they took these people, they didn't tell the police why they were taking the people to those stations. Even the police themselves are saying, we don't know who brought them here. However, they've gone ahead, when they record their names in their occurrence books, they've recorded that they've brought them for treason. This is what they are.
Let me just interrupt briefly. Yeah, I think we have the president in the house. Let me just test his volume. Mr. President, good morning.
Good morning to you, Ambassador. How are you this morning?
No, very well, very well. I think I'll ask you to put the phone in what we call landscape. Let's come to the studio, change it, yeah. Yeah, let's see if... So the president is here. President Brian Mundil is here. Share the broadcast. Share the broadcast. I'm with the team here that will join me in sharing the matters with Honorable Brian Mundil. He's using a phone. We've just ambushed him. Honorable Brian Mundil, if you are listening to me, you need to authorize on top there. There's a small, what do you call it? Rotation. You have to authorize a rotation on your screen. They need to go into landscape because we would like to use this broadcast even for other. Yeah, when you go on top of the screen, there's something that would come where there's a torch. So there's that sign for. There's that sign, but the sign here signal, flight mode. So phone. If you click on it, it will give you authority to authorize. Wonderful. We have it. Yeah. Yeah, I think we are good. Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a powerful team with me here. I have Chanda Kazia, our former permanent secretary at Ministry of Labor, and we've got an international journalist, Augustine Mkoka, who helps us with these analysis. We've just focused on the statement that was issued by the Secretary to Cabinet. We've termed the statement extremely careless. So we want to indulge the President in this discussion. Again, let me remove the President from the live view here. Mr. President, we just lift the phone a bit up. Yeah, we just lift the phone a bit up. Sorry, we are doing all these things live. That's a peril of live broadcast. But kindly share. We have leading presidential candidate, Brian Mundil. We have stated here on this show, unlike Dr. Shua stated, that all the PVTs that were done in this election have demonstrated that he won the election. And of course, they are just PVTs, but PVTs give you an indication of what we are. Following that, we've seen totaling centers being stormed by soldiers, by UPND thugs. And we've seen in a wanton manner results change without a care, to the frugality of how we run elections. But what has brought Honorable Brian Mundil here is yesterday's statement by the Secretary to Cabinet. So we will not take much time. Mr. President, let me just run what Secretary to Cabinet stated yesterday, and we start from there.
Government wishes to inform the public that on the night of 13th August 2026, the Zambia police, working on a tip-off from vigilant members of the public, laid a joint operation to apprehend suspected militia and persons of interest in an operation that was conducted at a premise in Lusaka's Kabulonga area. The persons of interest have been under surveillance over the last few years and more recently in the last few months. Additionally, some of the individuals involved were connected to military plans involving foreign nationals and illegal military training camps, thus posing a serious threat to state security. The individuals in issue were found in possession of high-grade military weapons, ammunition, and other materials for use in armed insurrection. The operation resulted in the seizure of restricted high-grade military weapons and the apprehension of suspected members of the militia and other persons found at the scene, while others fled and their whereabouts are unknown. During the operation, the occupants of the premises fired shots at the law enforcement agencies, which resulted in an exchange of fire. Others found on the scene were senior members of certain political parties in Zambia. Among 11 persons apprehended from the scene of crime who face various criminal charges include Mr. George Sanga, Dr. Bishop Trevor Mwamba, Mr. Simon Piri, Mr. Richard Banda, Mr. Francis Mlenga, and Mr. Patrick Mwansa, all of whom are held in lawful custody at various police stations in Lusaka. The suspects have been charged and access will be given to their families and their lawyers. It is also important to mention that Mr. Brian Mundil, presidential candidate for the NRPUP, was also found on the scene. Investigations are ongoing and the nation will be kept updated accordingly. Thank you.
Mr. President, when you heard that statement yesterday, let's begin from this alarming statement and the allegations around it that there were militias at the premises where you went. Just let's begin from there.
Yes, Ambassador, when I listened to the statement, I became very, very concerned and sad indeed that the entire government machinery would go before the entire nation and fabricate stories, ignore the real issues that they needed to address in that particular incident, and begin to implicate innocent individuals. To start with, Ambassador, that attack on my family was on Friday night. The statement by Comrade Kangwa was only last night. Why did they wait for 72 hours to issue a statement? Ambassador, you know the UPND style. If at all there's anything that found there, that's the first thing that would have been on the news. So to put things very clearly, that Friday, my team and I had a meeting with observer missions at Pamosi Hotel. And from Pamosi Hotel, we proceeded to my house. In my company, in my team, were George Chisanga, the presidential spokesperson, Honorable Mutotwe Kafuaya, the chairperson for finance, Dr. Bishop Trevor Mwamba, President for UNIP, and Patrick Mwansa. So when we left Pamosi, we proceeded to the house together with my bodyguard, Richard Banda. There were only two other security vehicles with us that accompanied us to the residence. So when these people came, initially we received a call. We received a call and my security detail informed me that our yard in Zambezi, our office in Zambezi, where we're carrying out, campaign activities and also some PVT activities, that the premises was raided, and party cadres who were found there were all arrested and taken to different places. So as I was busy trying to understand exactly what was going on at the Zambezi office, within 10 minutes, Mr. Richard Banda, my bodyguard, came back and said we were surrounded. He informed me that the house was surrounded. Before long, we had loud bangs at the gate. And I think there's a vehicle that hit into the gate and brought the gate down. There were gunshots, coming from outside, pushing inwards. We immediately secured ourselves. We were all in the house. I was seated with Bishop Mwamba. I was seated with Kafwaya and Patrick Mwansa when Richard Banda came to tell us. My wife, our 3 daughters and my niece were also in the house. Additionally, there was Francis Mulenga, who was my nephew. So we all came together to the living room to wonder, what had happened and why, they were coming out with this particular attack. So, Comrade Ambassador Mwamba, what we then realized was that well over 50 soldiers with, military uniforms, breaking doors, pushing windows, and charging and firing guns. That's at which point I retreated to the master bedroom. I took Honorable Kafwaya with me. By that time, I didn't know where President Trevor Mwamba had gone, George Sanga had gone. Of course, they could have found some, refuge within the house. So we were in the master bedroom when 3 soldiers broke the door and walked in. They found us in the walk-in wardrobe and immediately opened fire. I witnessed Honorable Kafwaya being shot at. Honorable Kafwaya was still sitting, was in a sitting position, within that area, and I was directly opposite him, lying down. They fired at Kafwaya 2 shots, and the same gentleman fired 2 shots in my direction. By God's grace, I don't know how those bullets missed my head and just hit the wall that I was leaning on. My wife, who was in the wardrobe, was missed by 3 bullets. I don't know by what grace that happened. But these are all things that can be verified. We can go to the site. We have not tampered with that evidence. We haven't been to the house. We want to preserve evidence so that the Zambian people can see. So to put it straight, Ambassador, there was no foreign national in that yard. To put it very clearly, there was no sophisticated weapon in that yard. If at all they found any weapon on our security personnel, these should be weapons that are used for civilian protection. There was no military weapon whatsoever. There was no sophisticated weapon whatsoever. And there was no foreign national whatsoever. And to the best of our knowledge, there is no one who escaped the scene. So the information that Patrick Kangwa gave last night is inaccurate, and Zambians should be told the truth. We invite every Zambian who may wish to come to the house to come and view and be able to deduce from what Comrade Patrick Kangwa was saying. So my submission, Comrade Mwamba, is that these are total fabrications. It's very clear that our colleagues in government are trying to divert attention from the real issue. The real issue that we're dealing with here is election management, how the polls are being managed, the chain of custody of ballots, the tallying. That's what we're concerned with. So it's important that the Zambian people pay attention to what matters. What is government trying to do? They are trying to alarm the nation. They are trying to inflame the nation. They are trying to divert attention from what matters the most. What we should be focused on now is in whose custody were the ballot boxes between Chavuma and Zambezi. We should now be worried about who issued instructions for the withdrawal of Gen 20 forms at district level, we should now be worried about the presence of armed soldiers at totaling centers. So these are things that we must be worried about. We want to know who issued instructions for the army to begin to move ballot papers. We want to know in whose custody the ballots were the time ECZ spent the counting of the ballots. We want to know who issued instructions for intelligence officers to be custodians of these ballots. And I think these are very, very important questions that we must address, Ambassador.
I'll be persuaded to go back to the issue because they're trying to criminalize you, criminalize your team. Even cadres that they found at your premises, they're trying to make them into a militia. The youths, that provided security for you in Western Province, they're trying to make this story, stick like you are saying. It has taken them almost 72 hours to come up with this lie, and everyone can see it is a lie. But since you've talked about elections, let's just touch there. The results announced so far. What's the credibility of the results from your perspective? The true reflection of what happened, at polling stations and what should happen at totaling centers?
Ambassador Mwamba, we are making every effort to ensure that the Zambian people what the results at polling station level were. And we want to start with Southern Province, where we know that figures have been inflated. We will start with Northwestern Province, where we know that figures have been inflated. We will be able to show the Gen 20 form coming from those areas that indeed the results are highly inaccurate, as it were, and that would answer to some of the questions that we raised earlier regarding the chain of custody, regarding the authority, some of these law enforcement agencies had over this.
We've had very good network since then. It's beginning to wonder. But let's see, Mr. President, continue. I think let's see if it will stick.
Yes, so without the credibility of these results that are being announced, and we made it very clear that ECZ needed to address certain questions. The questions that we asked were, one, the involvement of the intelligence officers as custodians of these ballots. Number two, the involvement of the army officers as custodians and transporters of these ballots. And also, we questioned the withdrawal of Gen 20 form by local government officials and why laid down channels were not used to communicate during this particular process. So we think that we feel ECZ needed to address those particular questions even before they proceed to announce certain results. But like I said earlier, you will see from the original Gen 20 form that the results that ECZ is calling out are very different from those that to be captured from the Gen 20 form.
Mr. President, we didn't rehearse this program. We didn't even have a prior talk. You just alerted me that you want to come to this program. So my questions are totally natural. Following what happened to you, there's clearly international alarm around the elections in Zambia. And, as a former diplomat, I began to engage various stakeholders, like many of my colleagues are saying. From this side, from the United States side, I had some concerns that they wanted verification that did we send some people for training to Russia? Have we threatened to take over key investments in Zambia, such as the mines? Then are we grooming a militia? Obviously, this must be the stories probably government is telling the stakeholders. In my experience, I think that's how it pans out. Kindly speak to these three key issues.
I'll start with the the safety of the investment. All investments in Zambia are very safe. All investments are very safe. So we encourage investment, we promote investment, and we encourage the mining houses that they will remain very safe under our government, and that the only thing we look at is the principle of hello, Emmanuel.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, you are on. You're on.
We've guaranteed a safety for all our investors. All we've looked at is a win-win situation for our people and indeed the mining houses. So no one should come up with information that the NRPUP government intends to disadvantage the investors that in the country. Every investor remains very safe. Every investor remains very safe. The principle that we've been talking about is a principle of shared value. And the principle of shared value means the investor gets a fair return on the investment, just like the Zambians also get a fair share for their sovereign wealth. That's been our message. As regards training militia or whatever it is in Russia, those are fortitude. That's a total fabrication. So when the party sent some people for VVIP protection, those people came with certificates. They came with certificates. It was a 2 weeks course. They came with certificates.
How many were
they? Were all arrested. Well, there were 4.
Because from the reports, it's like they've inflated the number. It's like you said a dozen.
No, there were only 4. They actually have all of them in their custody. Those people possess documents. They possess the certificate they got for their training. So there can be verification from wherever they did that training as to what exactly was contained in there. So it was basically VIP physical protection. And I believe every other leader, every other political party has had the people around them trained in a similar manner. So it was not an unusual training, an unusual course that people should take for some militia training. Yes, so then further, we have no connection whatsoever with any militia. We have no connection whatsoever with any foreign force regarding security. We remain South. We are for peace. We are committed to fostering peace. We are committed to uniting this country. So when our leaders come up and try to fabricate stories, fabricate information, and try to paint NRPUP in a bad light, Ambassador, I want to tell you that we have spoken about peace from the very beginning. We believe Zambia is bigger than any political party. Zambia is bigger than any individual, and we would like to protect Zambia. We stand for Zambia. We are a non-violent political formation. We have had a very peaceful political run because our members have been told that there will be no gatherism, there will be no political violence in our camp. So we will do everything to protect the sovereignty of the state. So for all those that may want to drag us, into other frontiers of bringing in militia, that is totally strange to us. The language of militia is totally strange to us. We have no foreign individuals as part of our security. We have never trained any militia anywhere. So I wanted to make this very, very clear, Iman.
Thank you very much. We ourselves provided analysis on this matter, and we helped put things in perspective. For example, there's this lie that you've put together former special forces as your private bodyguards. But I understand even President Hakainde Hichilema used to do that. Ex-policemen, ex-soldiers, it is common, But we'll not dwell on that. Let's come to the substantive issues. Yeah, you wish to
My
comment on
bodyguard
it?
is Richard Banda. My bodyguard is Richard Banda. Richard Banda is an ex-policeman. He doesn't wear a mask. He guards me open, and everybody knows it. So those other stories, Emmanuel, they should be ignored with the contempt that they deserve.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll be bringing in my team to ask you a few questions before you leave. I'll give you just a moment to just drink some water and then I want a question on Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya. When you appeared first, even in your frantic effort, you kept on worrying about Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya. In the manner he was treated, he was shot, he was bleeding. You kept on, I think you repeated 3-4 times. We want to come and quickly discuss if there is any update and the distress this matter has caused to the nation. Let's just take a short break, Mr. President, and
My name is Muwanga Kafwaya, son to Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya. To the people of the Republic of Zambia, I haven't spoken to my dad in the past 2 to 3 days. The last time I spoke to my dad was on Wednesday the 12th of August, which was my birthday. We as a family have been wondering where he is, and we have been in suspense because we don't know how he is doing or if he is okay. Mr. President, you have 2 sons. Imagine yourself in my position. How would your sons feel if they do not know where you are and how you are doing and have no way of reaching you? Mr. President, I am appealing. Please, help me find my dad.
Yeah, my nephew has failed to read this. Therefore, I have to pick it up as the eldest or the elder brother to Mtoto Kafwaya.
Yes, we are dealing with disinformation. So where there's disinformation, we put the truth there. We have seen that the NR Napupu running mate, Makebi Zulu, has posted that Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya was shot by the army, 2 bullets in the chest, and is now admitted at Mainasoko. We are here at Mainasoko. I am joined by my colleagues, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Home Affairs, Mr. Machembo is at the far end there. We are also joined by the owner of the facility, the PS for Defense, Mr. Amaundu is here. So Mr. Amaundu, please explain to the people, explain to the Zambians. Is Honorable Kafwaya here? And was Honorable Kafwaya shot by your army?
It's a laughing matter. I think we need to be serious.
Kafwaya shot by your army.
It's a laughing matter. I think we need to be serious as a people. We need really to move away from fabricating information. I actually came through to Mainasoko upon reading on social media that Honorable Kafwaya was shot. It's a laughing matter. I think we need to be serious as a people. We need really to move away from fabricating information. I actually came through to Mainasoko upon...
Gentlemen, quickly ask a question to the president, each question, then after he answers, then we can let the president go. Maybe let me start with Augustine. You are muted. Augustine, you are muted.
Good morning, Honorable. Good morning, Mr. President. How are you today? Just a quick one. This was a traumatic ordeal for your family, and particularly the young children. I just wanted to find out, especially that there were also bullets directed into into the First Lady of NRP UP. I just wanted to find out how are they doing and how are they recovering, and if at all there's any support that has been offered in terms of how they would be processing this traumatic incident, just for their recovery. Regarding the elections, there are 3 members of monitors that are no longer permitted to appear at Mulungushi. That is Bino Mpundu, then there's Celestine Mkandila. There's also, now that we know Honorable George Sanga is in detention, has there been an opportunity to replace those 3 names? Has ECZ requested any replacement, or what is the status about the 3 substitutes? Thank you.
Thank you, Gassin. PS Chanda Kazia.
Wow, it's a very trying moment. I should say good morning, Mr. President, and I'm glad that with the things that I'm hearing you speak, the courage to which you are speaking about unity and never to look back and never to get to violence as a way of resolving matters. Now, having faced what you have faced, what is your message to the many supporters that would want to retaliate in a way? Because I think we need to move in one direction as a country under a very solid leadership.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, team. Let me bring in the president. We continue with the conversation. Mr. President, you can take up the answer. Yeah.
With your permission, Ambassador, the question that PS Kazia asks, I'd actually written a statement in response. I don't know whether it would be wrong for me just to use this opportunity, to read that statement for our people.
That is even better. This is your breakfast show. You've taken over. Namalaika and Ifwe for a long time would even be glad. So proceed to read the statement.
So, fellow Zambians, I have listened carefully to the message coming from the government concerning the current political and electoral situation in our country. Let me begin by making one thing absolutely clear. I stand for peace, I stand for Zambia, and I will never support violence, intimidation, destruction of property, or persecution of any Zambian on account of how they voted. Our country is bigger than any political party, bigger than any candidate, and bigger than any election. Peace must not be confused with silence. There can be no genuine national unity if citizens are expected to remain silent when they believe that the constitutional and electoral rights have been violated. Equally, there can be no lasting peace if legitimate grievances are dismissed as political agitation simply because they are inconvenient. We must be able to disagree without becoming enemies. The 2026 election has generated serious concerns which deserve to be addressed openly, transparently, and within the law. My position is not that these matters should be settled in the streets. My position is basically the opposite. They must be settled through the Constitution, the Electoral Process Act, the courts, and the institutions established to protect our democracy. I therefore urge my supporters, and indeed all Zambians, to remain calm and disciplined. Do not retaliate against provocation. Do not attack those who voted differently from you. Do not destroy property. Do not insult your fellow Zambians. Our political opponents are not our enemies. They are fellow citizens with whom we all continue to share the country long after this election is over. At the same time, I call upon those entrusted with state authority to exercise restraint and remember that the institutions of the Republic belong to the people of Zambia and not political parties. The police, electoral commission, the public service, and every other public institution must serve Zambia impartially and without fear or favor. If there are any complaints, let them be investigated. If there are any disputes, let them be heard. If there are any errors, let them be corrected. And if the law has been breached, let the law be its course. That is how mature democracies resolve difficult moments. I also want to assure those who supported my candidature that we will pursue every legitimate grievance through lawful and constitutional means. There is no need to anger, violence, or confrontation. We have confidence in the strength of our evidence and in the constitutional processes available to us. Our demand is simple. The will of the Zambian people must be respected. The principle does not belong to Brian Mundil. It does not belong to NRPUP or any other political party. It belongs to every Zambian. Today it will be one candidate whose rights are in question. Tomorrow it may be another. The institutions we defend today may be the institutions we ourselves need tomorrow. That is why we must resist the temptation to weaponize institutions against political opponents. I appeal particularly to our young people. Do not allow politicians, including myself, to turn you against one another. Your future is more important than any other political argument. Do not allow anyone to convince you that another Zambian is your enemy because they belong to a different political party or voted differently. We are one people. From Kasama to Livingston, from Chipata to Mongo, from Mansa to Solwezi, we share the same country, the same aspirations, and the same future. Let us therefore lower the political temperature. Let us reject tribalism. Let us reject hatred. Let us reject political violence. But equally, let us reject intimidation, injustice, and the suppression of legitimate democratic expression. Peace without justice is fragile. Justice pursued without peace is dangerous. Zambia needs both. I will continue to pursue the interests of the Zambian people firmly, peacefully, and constitutionally. To those who voted for me, I say remain calm, remain vigilant, remain united. Do not take the law into your own hands. To those who voted for another candidate, I say you are also Zambians, and I respect your right to make your choice. And to those entrusted with administering a democracy, I say history is watching all of us. Let us leave behind a Zambia in which elections do not divide families, communities, and provinces, but strengthen our democracy. Let us prove that political competition can be fierce without becoming hateful, and that disagreement can exist without destroying our nation. My message is therefore not one of revenge, it is one of reconciliation. Not confrontation, but constitutionalism. Not hatred, but unity. Not surrender, but lawful determination. May God bless our country. May God protect every Zambian. And may the truth, justice, and will of the Zambian people ultimately prevail. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That was a very powerful statement, and we'll take time to, analyze it. There was a question, personally, I want us to discuss. Do we have any update on Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya. And there was a question from Augustine about, your family and, the trauma that they went through with you. Maybe we can attend to those two issues.
Yes, Ambassador. To start with, if you look at the video that you played earlier, where PS Mambo Amaundo, how he was dismissing the fact that Honorable Kafwaya was shot at. And some citizens, some Zambians actually believed, and they thought that whatever we said about that shooting was a fabrication. Now, I want you to look at Patrick Kangwa's statement last night and what Mambo Hamaundu are talking about. Ambassador Mwamba, you've worked for government before. All these people are coming from the same cabinet office. How is it that one from the same cabinet office is talking about an exchange of fire at some residence in Kabulonga, where President Mundubile was, and a few days earlier, his fellow PS for defense was not aware that the Zambia army were shooting down innocent citizens within Kabulonga? We have to look at how serious a particular government is to run the affairs of the country. Ambassador Mwamba, I must state here without any hesitation that running a country is some very serious business. You need very serious individuals to run government. Clearly, what you are seeing between Kangwa and Mambo points to the many gaps that exist in this government. Are they saying the soldiers that came to my house were there on a private mission? How come Patrick Kangwa and Hamaundu Mambo are not saying the same thing? That attack happened on Friday. And immediately we mentioned that Kafwaya had been taken to the hospital, suspected minor Soko. They dismissed any shooting. They dismissed any soldier having shot Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya. And yet, when they were picking up Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya, I said it loudly to all of them. I pleaded with the soldiers. I said, please, pick this gentleman. This is Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya. Take him to the hospital. And the gentleman who was in charge of that particular operation, who drove me from the command center, I repeated to him, I said, are you aware that the person you shot down is actually Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya? So they were fully aware that Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya had been shot. Honorable Kafwaya was shot in my presence. My wife and I witnessed the shooting of Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya. If we go back to the house now, they of course try to turn it down by throwing all the bags and removing clothes from the bags. That was in an attempt to conceal the blood. When they were dragging Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya and I, we were being dragged along the blood stains coming from Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya. Today, if we're to visit the crime scene, Ambassador, I'll be able to show you exactly where the shot was taken, and indeed evidence from the blood stains on the floor. So for PS Hamaundu to dismiss the shooting of a former minister in that manner is telling. It shows how our colleagues in government look at human life. It shows how our colleagues in government have no respect for other leaders merely because they do not agree with their political choices. It's very, very unfortunate because a government official at the level of a minister like Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya, as a matter of fact, we would have expected the president to address the nation the same night. No one addressed the nation on Friday regarding the shooting of Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya. Nobody addressed the nation on Saturday. The nation was only addressed yesterday. But like I said earlier, Ambassador, it points to the people that we have in government today and how the affairs of the country are managed. You can't manage the affairs of the country in this manner. A senior citizen at the level of Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya is shot at, and there's evidence that is shot at. The people that came to shoot at us, we had a chance to speak to them. I had no fear, Emmanuel Mwamba. I talked to them. I spoke to them with a gun to my head When they had now dragged us to the outside, I said, my friend is bleeding. Can you please rush him to the hospital? One gentleman who's an OP officer. This is a gentleman I can identify very easily because he's a gentleman who intercepted me at the airport and collected the passports. So I had a conversation with him. And I told him to take Honorable Kafwaya to the hospital. And he assured me, said, no, Honorable, don't worry, we'll rush him to the hospital. So for Mambo Hamaundu, a person that I know very well, Hamaundu Mambo and I come a long way. We're actually classmates in secondary school. I did not expect him to be this heartless and dismiss the shooting of Honorable Kafwaya in the manner that he has done. We are all very worried. Kafwaya was bleeding profusely. He was kept for 15 minutes, bleeding and not attended to, until I pleaded for those officers to take him. So to date, we do not know the whereabouts of Honorable Dr. Kafwaya. We do not know whether Dr. Kafwaya is alive.
Indeed, Mr. President, it remains traumatic. The family sent me that video I played of the son pleading to the President of the Republic of Zambia, who also has two children, like Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya, and two boys, and you saw the video. The young man is pleading for his father, the whereabouts of his father. It remains traumatic to the entire country. The other day, I hosted historian, academic, and public commentator across the world, Dr. Sishua Sishua. He says he possesses information that you won these elections, and he put you between 51 and 54%. From the information he says he has from ECZ and from the various PVTs that were done. Then he proceeded to say this election is being stolen, and he narrated how the election is being stolen, and even gave the deadline that President Hakainde Hichilema will be fraudulently announced as leader, newly elected or validly elected president by Monday, which is today. People can go back to the interview, and Dr. Sishua has repeated this to even credible institutions like BBC, asserting that you won this election. Where do you go? It appears the election is stolen. Do you still have faith with this process? Is your team thinking about the next course of action?
The ambassador, our tally shows that we are ahead in the polls. As a matter of fact, our tally shows that we are around 56%. We expect ECZ to do the right thing. We do not expect the ECZ to take away the right of the Zambian people. We do not expect the ECZ, to disadvantage and defranchise the many Zambian people that have voted. Zambia is a peaceful democracy, and we need to continue on that trajectory. So the few individuals that are working for the ECZ need to know the importance of a credible election. We had difficulties when campaigning. President Hakainde Hichilema had a full 5 years of campaigning. He had all the advantages. In this world. So for us, we came in 2 months. We were not allowed to fly. We traversed this country by road. And yet, we have taken a lead in this particular poll. What does that say? It says the Zambian people are ready for change. The Zambian people would like to try an alternative leadership so that the various challenges that they face, they can be solved. So for those colleagues at the ECZ, let them not focus on numbers. Let them not just look at numbers and how they can alter figures or indeed gen 24. Let them look at the feelings of the Zambian people, the people that are making those choices for their ballot. What motivated them? What motivated them to turn out in their numbers to go and vote for their preferred candidate? What motivated them to vote for another candidate who barely was on a campaign trail for 2 months? So if they focus on the suffering of the Zambian people, then they will make the right choice. So I still believe that the ECZ will announce the winner. They will announce the winner as reflected by the correct result. There are discrepancies that are there already in the results that have been announced. Our people will be turning up with evidence to show that there are actually some discrepancies that need to be resolved. And we expect that once that is rectified, the correct information will be given out to the public, and the winner should be announced by the ECZ as expected by the Zambian people. And then very quickly, there was a question over my children are still traumatized. I want to tell you that the two are 12 years old, one is 16, there's my niece who's 19. They all witnessed Honorable Kakwaya being dragged with a trail of blood. I was dragged right behind him together with my wife. Our children watched all that. They heard the shooting. They were in the next room. They saw the gate being brought down by armored vehicles as well. So the entire episode was witnessed on my TV. This is something I never ever expected that I would witness one day in my life. Now, what more for my children who are only 12 and 16? So it's very traumatic. So we've made arrangements for counselors to sit down with them and counsel them, because they are all in exam classes. Two are in grade 7, one in grade 12. So it's a very, very unfortunate incident. That is why, Ambassador, I found it troubling that Fiesta Maundu could dismiss claims of a shooting, with contempt like that. I think that, let us be human. These positions that we hold are very temporal. We should not appear to be superhuman, lose human feelings completely because we are sitting in certain positions where we are advantaged. I'm very disappointed both with Patrick Kangwa and Hamaundu. I think that they can do better. Being in government is being entrusted with power by the people. The power belongs to the people. We are mere delegates for and on behalf of the people. We are just stewards for and on behalf of the Zambian. So as we discharge our functions, let us also remember that we are in very temporal position and that the power that we exercise actually belongs to the people. So to the two PSs, it's a quick reminder: stop fabricating stories. Patrick Kangwa, please quit, vacate that position that you gave yesterday. There were no militias at my house. There were no foreign nationals at my house. And there was no one who escaped from my house. The way that you came in, the way that you ambushed us, the people that you picked from my house were the only people. I'm very worried that you want to talk about people who vanished, people who disappeared, people who cannot be accounted for. That is worrying. I hope, Comrade Kangwa, you are not trying to hide certain individuals that you think you are holding on to, or certain individuals that may have died because of injury, and then you say they are not. Every person who was picked must be accounted for. We were all together. We were not too many. So you can't fail to account for the individuals that were there. So to put the record straight, nobody played the premises. To put the record, there were no sophisticated weapons. We challenge you. Your soldiers came and cut cameras and TVs and collected. So let them bring the evidence from the time that they entered. Can we see? We challenge them. We challenge you. Because certainly, when we get back to the house, we should have a record of what transpired, and we'll be able to show that there was no sophisticated weapon. There were no foreign criminals. There was nobody of that sort. I just thought it was very important, EM, that we put the record straight instead of allowing these of our colleagues to mislead the nation that there were militia at my house. There were no militia at my house. There were my children there. There was my wife there, and not the militia. There was Bishop Mwamba and not militia. George Sanga is not militia. Patrick Mwanta is not militia. And definitely Richard Banda, my bodyguard, is not militia. So if they want to account for other people, we are able to account for the people that were there. And certainly say that there was no militia at all. And there was no sophisticated weapon. Let's put that very, very clearly.
clearly, you know, they manufacture a lie, then they inconvenience you with false charges. We've seen this repeatedly. I couldn't understand, I couldn't even believe in the manner, for example, some newspapers are depicting Bishop Trevor Mwamba, a respected clergy, head of Botswana Anglican Church, for many years, served in England. George Sanga, a man of international repute, was last president. Everyone just around you, credible personnel, and all of a sudden they are members of militia. You know, it was just incredible. Let me come as Yes, Mr. President.
The international community must take a lot of interest in this that are developing, because a statement by Patrick Kangwa last night should not be disconnected from the questions that we've raised concerning the elections. So the two should be looked at the same time. So I wish to invite the church, the international community, Law Association of Zambia, to immediately step in to look at, firstly, the electoral management by ECZ as they announced in these results, and secondly, the statement that Patrick Kangwa came up with, and exactly what they may be planning to do, you know, with the information they're giving out to the public. But we have said this to the Zambian people, that please ignore what Comrade Kangwa said. I have given out information. We've accounted for the people that were there. The neighbors are all there, you know, to be able to account for the activities at that particular place, as it were. So I think that others should take a lot of interest in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just take a short break. When I bring you, we just speak about the international observers and their preliminary reports that they've issued. Then we let you go, Mr. President. Let me just take a brief
My name is Muwanga Kafwaya, son to Honorable Mutope Kafwaya. To the people of the Republic of Zambia, I haven't spoken to my dad in the past 2 to 3 days. The last time I spoke to my dad was on Wednesday the 12th of August, which was my birthday. We as a family have been wondering where he is, and we have been in suspense because we don't know how he is doing or if he is okay. Mr. President, you have 2 sons. Imagine yourself in my position. How would your sons feel if they do not know where you are and how you are doing, and have no way of reaching you? Mr. President,
and they're totaling up at a cent.
Listen, my friend. Let me help you understand things you don't understand. Yes. Every stream is no more than 1,000 voters. Am I right, Jack? No. 800. So it can't take 4 days to count 800 votes if everybody turns up. Where on earth do you take 3 days to count 800, maximum 800 votes in a stream? We are in every stream. It takes only 3-4 hours. 5 hours maximum to count a maximum of 800 votes in a stream, Kayani.
And they're totaling up at a cent.
Listen, my friend. Listen.
Mr. President, international observers that are observing elections have cited serious irregularities with our election. Chief Observer Mike McNamara, who's the EU Observer Mission Chief, has stated that this election was being done in the backdrop of very constrained democratic space, and that the field was uneven. They've given details how government and President Hakainde Hichilema used public resources under the guise that he was doing community engagement when he was fully engaged in political campaigns against the opposition. Yet using public resources. They even said, even if the law provides that is incumbent the incendiary manner in which they abuse public resources has been cited. They also expressed concern in the result management system and the counting process. Everyone, of course, of all the observers have condemned that halting of the period when Mwangala Zalumis, as ECZ chair, suspended the election. SADC also has raised very serious issues regarding the suspension period and what happened during that period. They also noted various reports of misconduct by party cadres. The African Union, also led by former Ethiopian Prime Minister Hailemariam Desalegn Boshe, also raised various aspects. Clearly, this election has been held. It's even a miracle that you the opposition, constrained to campaign with extremely limited resources. Maybe let me allow the president to, just a minute.
Let me help you understand things you don't understand. Every stream is no more than 1,000 voters. Am I right, Jack? More? No. 800. So it can't take 4 days to count 800 votes if everybody turns up. Where on earth do you take 3 days to count 800, maximum 800 votes in a stream? We are in every stream. It takes only 3-4 hours, 5 hours maximum to count a maximum of 800 votes in a stream, Tayari.
And they're totaling up at the center.
Listen, my friend. Let me help you understand things you don't understand. Every stream is no more than 1,000 voters. Am I right, Jack? More? No. 800. So it can't take 4 days to count 800 votes if everybody turns up. Where on earth do you...
Session.
I appreciate that. That's why I've woken up from the bedroom to come here.
We will
beg Madam, excuse me. I've just woken up from the bedroom to come here.
We will
name is
beg
Ezra
to
Ngurube.
move.
I'm the secretary to the Council of President in the UPND Alliance.
Can I check
bring
with
a
you,
suggestion
sir?
to the UCZ. The issue of questions now is over. Any political party that has got questions, let them write to you, the commissioner. Your time and your dedication right now, let it be to announce the elections, not people coming here trying to alarm the situation. We don't want that. You, ECZ, right now, can you focus on the announcing of the elections, not this what we are hearing here.
I think
it is not fair. Look, these are confused people. They're trying to confuse the nation.
Okay,
we cannot allow that.
Can we end here?
Can you focus on the announcing of the elections? And let everybody do the same. Not what is happening here. It's not fair. Pakasalo Amdala, the Zambia is depending on you and this body, and this is the only body. They have got that kind of illusion in their mind to say they have won these elections. You are the only body to announce.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Yes, madam.
May I request, we have closed this session.
I appreciate that. That's why I'm in the pajamas.
The feedback has been received and we'll beg to move for now. Thank you.
Right now, I'm in the pajamas. This nonsense should not continue. Mulembe Laba ECZ. Zambia is big. Zambia is big. No, you can't accept this. Want to shake it. Let the ECZ announce the election.
Gentlemen, the president is disconnected. Let's try to see how we can allow him to reconnect, and then he can say his last remarks. But we are privileged. Honorable Brian Mundil, I would like to thank you for the detailed statements that you've given while you're here, and the answers that you've provided, and the further details to what you've already given in public domain. Guys, let's begin to analyze the statement as I wait for the president to come and join us. Chanda Kazia.
Wow. Those were, the unraised questions, very random, because we didn't know that it was coming. And it has been, brilliantly answered. And the assurances, I like the assurances about peace and stability, and also, pulling out people to say, even if this is the process we're going through, we must always, take trust the institutions that we have for ourselves, even if we know they are constrained. but we must trust those institutions. But you see, again, I like the swipe that he takes on the defense permanent secretary and the Kawana and things like that. I can't believe. Look at the embarrassing experience that they are now having. They must be removed from the public service. They must be investigated. They should have been suspended by today. They should have been suspended by today. And there should have been formal investigations. How did they allow themselves to speak without facts? Even when they saw the insistence, not just from this platform, but also from other government, other stakeholders, vested stakeholders, we were raising the alarm. Instead of retreating and say, we will investigate, we will come back to you. What did they do? They start to laugh. There was a platform I was with, the UPND cadres. They invited me on a certain platform, and they were laughing. I told them, you guys are laughing, but you will not laugh very long. And they were laughing because of what Kawana and Hamaundu and Matambo were doing. That is what is causing, because everybody said to believe them that these are government officials. They are responsible. Now look at what they did. And now they look like sheepish in that, embarrassed to the core. They've embarrassed government. I don't know what President Tete is doing with them. You should have removed them immediately. And I agree with the president. I agree with President Mundil. What has happened requires the presidential press conference and give assurances, not just to the Zambians, but also to the international community, that there will be right interventions. Now you let Wakangwa come in a very disjointed press conference. You could see that, I don't know if he even wrote that, or someone just wrote it and gave it to him to read. Because there are so many questions. If there is a crime scene, where is there's no evidence of high-grade military weapons, and everyone knows if a high-grade military weapon is going to come after 5 days, how genuine are we going to trust that that is a military-grade weapon that they found on the scene, that is not now being planted in? And the cover-up is going to be very difficult for them, because you could see that it's not adding up. Any person who has sat behind the desk would tell you that statement is a lot of disjointed things. You can't manufacture what is not there.
What is secretary to cabinet? Who's in charge of administration? Is a secretary to cabinet doing with a military police statement? Where are the constitution office holders? Yes. The matter at play is that the Zambia army invaded, special forces invaded a civilian home, conducted a military raid and killed suspected 2 people. What is a secretary to cabinet doing with such a matter? If it was a police operation, the country doesn't have the Inspector General of Police. What is a secretary to cabinet doing with such a matter?
They don't know what to say, Bamwamba. They don't have anything to say. That's why now they have to go to fish who can give credibility to the statement. So they have to go fishing and then go find the secretary to cabinet and let's give credibility to the statement. But it's not adding up. Like you see, we grew up, we have worked in the public sector. I worked for 29 years in there. So you know that this is not like you say, what is he doing with that? Look at the people that are there. Oh, now it's the police. He doesn't even mention that it is the army that was there. And then if it was the police, what is so bad? So bad.
The answer to that, why they are shifting the action from the police, from the Zambia Army Special Forces to the police, because what they did is a criminal matter, very serious criminal matter and human rights violation. The Zambia Army commander can be taken to The Hague, he knows. So they're now trying to what we call cover up. You commit the first crime. Now you want to cover it up, but now you're committing a second crime of covering up. Because the legitimate questions will come in.
Yeah.
Why is the military conducting a military raid at a private civilian residence? In this case, a leading presidential candidate. Why have they killed 2 people? So hence the hype they have to create with Kangwa, hapless Kangwa. We all feel sorry for him. Now they have to elevate a criminal act. They have now to say there were militias, there was exchange of fire. When they know, that there was none of that. Augustine, I can see you are itching. You can come in.
Ambassador, the answer is very simple. Why Patrick Kangwa? What's the composition of the military and those involved in the military? Look at the elections, the trend in the elections and what the people are saying, the views of the Zambians. Where does President Hakainde Hichilema come from? Where does the army commander come from? Where does Brigadier General Shapwaya Moses come from? Where does PS Hamaundu come from? Where does PS Tabo Kawana come from? Where does Patrick Kangwa come from? In essence, Patrick Kangwa is being used in this scheme. Simply being used to cover up a heinous crime, a heinous human rights violation. I feel very sad because he is my big man. I held him in high esteem. But after yesterday, my appeal to him is there is still time to make amends. He has no option but to resign. Let him resign because that statement is false. That statement is littered with falsehood. I am happy. I am glad he said they are processing those they got from that crime scene to go to court. Ambassador, President Hakainde Hichilema has shot himself in the foot. And what he has done will link to him very easily to demonstrate that there is no militia at that house. It will be very easy. Ambassador, it is very easy. Those that know understand that it is the easiest way to link. And then we will have to bring President Hakainde Hichilema to answer whether he himself is the one training that militia. He himself is the one that prepared that militia. He has clearly shot himself in the foot. He has shot himself. If he doesn't know, let him ask around. He has shot himself in the foot because he has to answer to the Zambians and the international community.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim. We'll be opening the phone lines. People are agitating to go and contribute. But you can see that statement was in a hurry. Because, for example, they attribute the issues on 13th. 13th, we were all voting. That was not the day that this event happened. They can't even get the date correctly. So you have trouble.
President said, which I think is a very psychological thing. You know, when people want to distract the main issue, they create that. So the statement is meant that we start dealing that so that this issue about the election, the election issues, we don't focus on how they systematically militarizing the electoral process, where the officers from the army become the people that have to do with Gen 20s, and our candidate in Kabwe, the former mayor, He went
yes,
at Shala.
Shala
went at yes, and spoke about how they were removed. So that is also some of the things that we must also go back and refocus on that. These are things that we must also keep exposing as we also discuss these matters of Bakangwa coming up with that statement. That statement, Ambassador, that statement, I can't believe it came from him. I'm still putting my mind around it. How? Who kind of
The phone lines are now open. Let's take your calls. I'm so sorry we couldn't take them any earlier. Would like to thank Honorable Brian Mundil for gracing this breakfast show. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Good morning. My name is Mbanga, calling you from Johannesburg, South Africa.
Mbanga, make your quick contribution.
Mine is a short one. Ambassador, thank you so much for the work that you've done so far, and we are really grateful that you're speaking for the Zambian people. My ask is just, you receive all the information, you receive all the video clips of whatever happenings, whatever the army is doing, and everything else. Please, just compile a whole dossier and just hand it over to the international community in case they've missed certain very disturbing events. Just compile the whole dossier and just hand it over to them and see how they can help us, because really this is injustice. This is the most unfair election in the Zambian history. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's take your calls quickly. Let's take your calls so that we allow the panel to analyze this and we close quickly. We are privileged that we had Honorable Brian Mundil with us. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Waimano mwamba indira ya mushita bayasukira.
Mkwai, London poyama.
Mwashu eni pako bala mfa mwamba wesu. Mkwai. Chabula ndanga nshimkwai pako monokutila ati abafiashi abalinga bakangwa abali abafiashi kabiri n'abakwata n'ekifulu ekikalamba sana icha mubuteko baleisa mukubepo obufibwa bwakulafirya ifwe natukwa ine pano ndini nkwata evidence ukulingana twalikwata media yotwiso okutwita okutira ati BM8 media twalikopa twawompesha omukashana otwita ati pressures twaire panganda pali ba Brian Mundubile ero twafikire panganda pali ba Brian Mundubile twalisa kopa video mkwai ile lango kutira panganda pali ba Brian Mundubile pali amasoja noti bakapokola aba alipanganda aba Brian Mundubile ma soldiers not bakapokola na palicho ngachali chakutira ti ma soldiers bali pali lyenganda ba president Brian Mundubile na bena balechita claim ukutira ati aba ile mukuba chita attack mulya munganda ma soldiers and then aba fiash pali aba perere bakangwa aba fiash baisa mukubepa byo baisa mukulanda okutira ati ni ba police baire pali apanganda kile tusakamika mchalo then ichabubiri teti pano ndine teti nchetekere umuntu wabanga ba tabukawana ni ba permanent secretary ni ba PS ukuchiro okutira ati pali abali bakawana baposa amano kusakamana abena Zambia basakamane ubumi wa muntu otulechita claim kutira ti bali mulase emfuti bena bambo kufitwala mukwangala ukubuta ndero mbako na ine ba international community ndero mbabe na Zambia ukutira ati apatufuire twaima nokuchita defend constitution yesu sana kwa bena Zambia kuchita defend constitution yesu isimirandu kwena abama lawyers bafire bashirolekeshepo bwino uwatumina ama soldiers kulya kunganda ni nani inendera doctor uwatumina ama soldiers kulya kunganda teumbiri bakaindechirema twirapitana mumbali because eba commander in chief so bakaindechirema kutu batuma shani ama commandos nango ama soldiers kunganda yakwa civilian kutu watu bakainde nga baleumfa bamdala muleumfwa kutu mwatuma shani ama civilians sorry ama commandos kunganda kwa civilian busha ama soldiers bale ekitenshi panga ndabako brand muntarwa mundubire busha ama soldiers bale ekitenshi ku electoral commission okutambya kulya bali everywhere even yesterday nero nalenda mairo nali kwata n'omwenso nalefu minina kukabronga eko nalefu minina nale kuli kumoko nkweteka ka lodge joko nderenting somewhere mulanduwa mwenso ukusaba kumanya ama soldiers everywhere balepitana ichalo tulino mwenso karamba bandi bamwamba munjerereko abafuiro kulanda papa bengi lero eshimilandu akaindechirema arefa kwa ashasuke twira mupita mumbali uyo akaindechirema mwina Zambia ngaine mwina Zambia ngaimwe bakangwa bantu anikane ba Emmanuel mwamba takufira tuletina mchalo chesu bamwamba takufira tuletina so akaindechirema fuira asuka ifyachitire fyena fibi na totera na pita.
Thank you very much. Hello caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Ambassador, let me remain anonymous.
Anonymous, make your contribution.
Thank you. You know, I'm a youth, I'm very young. One thing that I want to tell Zambians is that what KK warned us about Mr. Hakainde Hichilema is coming to pass. I'm now believing what the members say, I'm Tonga, what members said to say, Achabakulu Bapsaka were not came. Because exactly what AKK feared is what is happening now. You understand that? Because what we are seeing is like it's Zambian, the spirit that we are seeing in this group of leaders that we have. What about UPND? You understand? And I think this is a time when Zambians now need prayers. The church, please be praying for us. Even individual, let us be praying. Because you can clearly see that these guys, we don't know this bleed of people where they're coming from. Because you understand? This is a fear because a person who is very quick to do a cover-up on a human life that has been lost, or you can clearly say it's a Zambian. As Zambians, we have that care. We care a lot about my neighbor. You understand? So what is happening, it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that what KK said, that HH will divide the country, is what is happening. You understand? God forbid that it's true that Honorable Gatotuka has been killed. You understand? Imagine how his family and where he comes from, how people will feel. You understand? So these are things that this government should take serious. These are things that this government should take serious. We've never seen what we are seeing today. Why is it that Hakainde Hichilema is okay making wrong history for this country? This is a very wrong precedent that is setting. We've never seen this before as a country. And as Zambians, we shouldn't be okay with this. Because that's how bad history starts. That's how bad cultures in countries start. Zambians have always been peaceful. You understand? And the continent admires us. But this is a wrong culture that Hakainde Hichilema is bringing to this country.
Thank you, my brother. Let's just take some more calls. Thank you very much. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution. Oh, that line failed. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Ambassador, as usual, I'll remain anonymous.
Anonymous, make your contribution.
Yes, I'm calling you from Lusaka. Ambassador Mwamba, I'm just from assessing the statement by Patrick Tangwa. Hello, am I through?
Very through. Continue.
Okay. Yes, Ambassador Mwamba. Ngala balolesha body language abafyashi bandi ba Patrick Kangwa. If you vale Monica Robert start dressing chalo, at the time kwali issue yaba ECO, tafyapsene na body language yabo yesterday. Ero kukonka nefyo vale landa. Takimpangire sense in as a youth umwina Zambia because date yo bapere 13th August for na Zambia to a vote. And then also Baleland that they were operation about the accused persons. They were under surveillance for some years. But in Gatorolesha Tose Pamosi Alliance, they just recently came together. So Bale stopped them for some years. Nivanan, Vera to Angasha for Zambia. And then Chimbechon de for Quipshako. If really Parapanganda, Apo Batch today conduct your active, whatever it is, Bariba Brian Munduvidi. Bushekwena, crime scene by treating Ashan according to Zambian law. Why is it that that place is not being treated as a crime scene? Ambassador Mwamba, tule paper. Ero tulelo le shafina pari valesa. Na imobene mulebo bench to ismatwali dileni and continue informing us no kula tuchitakam. Ina Ambassador Mwamba na nikuatama phone yata to have got 3 mobile phones. Pama mobile phones yandionsi yata to I received messages from GRZ. Ayo yale kano kwe but tuchite ignore ama rumors ama shooting. Nomba ni shububu teko. Buda tumana kwa tifa tulimpe. Mfuta tuwa kwa tamano na ngunishi. Awa na totera Ambassador Mwamba. But in there omba kofe munja suke bushe. Crime scene according to the Zambian law. How must it be treated? Na totera.
Thank you very much. Let's continue to answer questions. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Hello, Mwamba, mwashukuke
Mkwai Maya.
Nine mama Nyirenda. Mwamba, ichiririshi chikuru sana muchalo chesu chino cha Zambia. Ama statement balepera ama government officials zona. Batawo kabwana baya kumaina soko kulia balelanda balesekana okuseka. Kwati fintu filifye bwino. Ba permanent secretary nabo batina mkulanda fimbi. Musheshi chalo chestureto wala kuisa mwe bantu. Alefturesi minisha nomba ifi bipire. Fika tuleterera. Kubana besu, kubeshukuru besu. Bushe efe tukashapa chalonga tuwa efwe. Bakatu ibikishashani abana. Abantu bakabwetu kishashani bataboka bwana. Ba permanent secretary bakabebu kishashani. Government abantu bakaibu kishashani. Yabombeleshani. Imo kufuma fe muri bakaunda yama elections ya sota tataramu napo. Alana tukwata omwenso kutino kufuma mayando kutino kwenda kutino kuchita chintu chili chonse. Icharo cha Zambia chile fika kuisa mwe bantu bakwalesa. Tien tufukamelesa ni leso waluse. Leso ushifirwa. Leso upangeshira pashaba. Family abana nkani ababene abaru abanani watu baona lebo mtoto kafwaya. Ile umfwashani finde umfomtimo bukaline. Wati mwabakashi. Wati mwabana. Filafu ino mwana ipushe question kwa batinga chari kuli imwe. Bana benu. Bale umfwaso na mfeni mwebo mule umfwaso kuti chabashani eme pusha tufure ture yipusha fwe bantu zoonaya ama politics yalesa no kuyayalaya.
Thank you, Maya.
Nina chikaba fe chalo cha Zambia.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution. Yes, kindly introduce yourself and make your contributions.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this wonderful program and for allowing us to air our grievances. Mine is just a quick one, Ambassador. I want to find out how organized is the team on the election, those are monitoring the election, since they're not allowed to verify the results, and also the observers, like the stakeholders, they're not allowed to verify, and they can't come up in open and say no, what you announced is wrong. So how are we How are we going to challenge this? Because we're only remaining with a few hours before the winner is announced. But looking at the way things are moving, if it means it comes the other way around on our part, it will be very difficult to challenge this once they announce the winner. Going to court and what, most definitely the petition will be thrown out. And so what is it that they're planning to do before the winner could be announced, or what are they putting in place so that the results could be verified, and also the ones which are remaining? I think there's someone who raised a point to say before the ECs they go to announce the constituencies, why don't they give the stakeholder?
Oh, she got cut. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Yeah.
Yes, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Thank you, Kusaka Zambia.
Thank you.
Well, they are very much aware that there's nothing good for them, and they know, all of them then. So what you are observing here is hybrid mingalato. Hybrid mingalato. Confuse the situation so that you don't pay attention to the practical rigging and alteration of the results that are there. But the police officers were saying is that because we are dealing with little scared, little men, man, night. That's why one haka pogola. Man, anymore, man, again. That's why one haka pogola was. So, what is there is that let us remain vigilant. That is the zero option that they want to introduce. Zero option, so that they can have a pretext, everything. Vanity is vanity, but it moves ahead. Even if it stays 100 years in office, you can't rule over people who have absolutely rejected you, and he knows that he has been resoundingly rejected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Hello, Bamwamba Mwabombeni. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Bamwamba Mwabombeni. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've also been following this program. Well, Bamwamba, first and foremost, I would like to urge Patrick Kangwa. Is that the name?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to urge him to resign immediately. Pantu baseba nyechalo. Na ngufefa beni kweba shasan bidila. You can tell Bamwamba. Elo Katwish, if I don't know if most of you caught in his statement where he said that there was this exchange of gunshots and some people ran away. What he meant there was to cover up webati some people ran away. No baba bantu aba tuike. Aba kapona ba mtoto kafuaya. Rana upako atibeshi that bali butukilaveni. Where did they go and how did they run away? Who actually made them run away? This is the question everyone has to ask. You can quickly catch that. The government you know, we are all citizens of Zambia. Bamtoto kafwaya, bantu bamwabakankala. Eno government. Bale chitefintu kwati kuuta Mr. Mwamba. Musheli ladi nenga chakwati badi sangiri ama arms. Muri ba president Munganda. It could have been the first item. Na magani ya nayonga badi ya chita dispose kwe bati mone nifti. Fish bale landa. Another thing I want to say, I want to urge Bakainde to concede defeat and he should also resign. Bamwamba ndi mwanakashi ne ule landa. Ndi mwanakashi. Mr. President, wherever you are, concede that you know very well that you have failed the Zambian people. Epo napira wa mwamba.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
I'll remain anonymous.
Would you wish to contribute?
Yes, I'll remain anonymous, and I want to.
Yes, please proceed. Proceed, anonymous.
Yeah, first I want to ndeto sana sana about Brian Mundil, the way he explained. Yes, I'm contributing right now.
Switch off your other device and proceed to contribute.
Yeah.
Yeah, please proceed quickly. Proceed quickly.
Yeah.
There are so many people
thank
waiting.
you so much. I don't have any other device, so maybe, thank you. So, yeah, first we want to thank Brian Mundil for being brave, what he encountered. And secondly, I want to say, I don't know why he's not in custody right now, because Kangwa, just following out what my sister just explained. It's a crime scene. Everyone should be arrested and in custody right now. So why is it that Brian is not arrested? That is showing and telling every sane Zambian, you can think on your own. The fact that he's not in custody tells every Zambian that the story that is being cooked up by the state is false. And I've looked up his resume. It is a shame that we have people without integrity. He's supposed to save the civil service. The civil servants in Zambia are paid with taxpayers' money. In Piashabalanda, Abashta Tute, they pay taxes. The many Zambians from all political persuasions pay taxes. Bakangwa, Gamalikwata, just an iota of integrity, resign. Fileke, if you might think we cannot recount the atrocities that you've passed, that you've caused, occasioned upon the Zambian people. But my final contribution is this. Today, they're going to announce, according to the ECZ, the final result. My people, whatever they will say, we know how we voted. He will not tabaga utunge.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Good morning, Professor Daimano Momba. This is Lilian Mutambo from the UK.
Oh, my dear sister, good morning. Please make your contribution.
Okay, first of all, I would like to just say we thank God for sparing the life of the incoming president, Honorable Brian Mundil. And personally, I've been affected because the family of the Mundil is very close to me, so I just feel like I'm part of the whole situation. And Mwamba, we can't look at what HH is doing and see it as something that should just carry on as if it's not a serious thing. When we went to social media to ask questions after the president stated that he was attacked, the first people who were issuing statements were Tabo Kawana, and he denied, including Chilabi as well. They say they were never arrested. There's no such a thing that anyone is in custody. And with the issue of Kafaya being shot, when we asked those questions again, Tabo Kawana went to Maina Soko, creating content, making fun of the whole situation. Bamwamba, we cannot allow such. At what point did we reach where we have a heartless government that enters a premise, the premises of a citizen of Zambia, tells them to lie down, shoots however they want? There's evidence. We've seen videos of the property of Honorable Brian Mundil where gunshots were shot, and then turn around and say it's Mundil who's planning some military, coup or whatever they are trying to say. I don't even know what they are trying to say. We are all just, confused with whatever is going on. Zambians should rise now and begin to speak. You cannot depend on a few politicians to speak for you, and the diaspora, whilst it's you who's in this situation. There is video evidence of the ballots being stolen. We have monitors, polling agents being beaten up. Kanyama, they want to steal. Matero, all the hijacking that is happening. We've stated from the beginning that there will never be a free and fair elections under Hakainde Hichilema. At this point, we must find ways to reject HH. And he must concede defeat because he has lost this election. And it's unfair for you, Hakainde Hichilema, to act as if you're a peaceful person on social media, and yet you are sending commandos to go and attack Mundil. If HH was sure he has won this election, why did he ask the ECZ to stop counting across the country? And it has never happened. And that's the reason why he put people who are under his government, who are under UPND members, so that he can control everything that they do. Since when did you see any NRPUP member or any political party opposition protesting or doing anything in the streets? It has been UPND causing havoc. But you see Mark Sumue being interviewed by Al Jazeera, he stated that the opposition are causing confusion. Please, Mwewena Zambia, I feel sorry for you. If we allow Hakainde Hichilema to do whatever he wants, there will be no Zambia. To the opposition leaders, you have seen you're getting 2s and 0s. This is a time to unite. Zambians asked for unity. They told you unite. You thought you can win this election. Now that you are getting 0s, and if Hakainde Hichilema is pushing all these fake numbers and there's a rerun, are you still going to be there hoping that you'll be elected as a president, or you should rally behind Mundil? There's so much going on, and UPND makes people busy, Ambassador. 1 minute, we are counting the votes. The other side, they are sending people to attack Mundil and his family. And I'm so upset that his wife, who is a mother to me, is treated like this. Nobody ever treated Hakainde Hichilema's wife in this manner in opposition. Nobody ever bamboozled and took Hakainde Hichilema's children and pushed them in a van and stepped on them like they did to Mundil's children. This experience is traumatic even to some of us who are just on the outside. I can imagine how the children feel right now. Why? Because you want power? There is something that Hakainde Hichilema has done. That is why he's trying by all means to conceal. But all I know is that the God we worship has a final say. Hakainde Hichilema will not make the church mockery, turn Zambia into whatever after all the prayers we've said. And he'll do whatever he wants. The God above will vindicate us that we prayed and he answered. It's unfair.
Thank you so much, Lily. Thank you very much.
It's very unfair. Thank you, sir.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
My name is Kawaha Chombo.
Mr. Chombo, make your contribution, Mr. Chombo.
is not even a contribution. Mine is just a question. I want to know why these observers come to observe our elections. What is their role in the country? They've seen all the happenings and we can't see the concrete program or plan that they have to save the Zambian people. So what do they come to do here for elections? Do they just come here to eat their allowances or to help the country? Everyone is seeing, they are quiet. Sure, what is their role? That's what I want to know.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Good morning, Ambassador. Thank you so much for this. I'll remain anonymous.
Thank you.
Okay. There was a man that was bullied in a village. This man was not liked, and people fought him. One day, he sought to go and look for assistance at a nearby village. And this is how he found a herbalist or witch doctor. And this witch doctor gave him something. And he told him, what I'm giving you is a weapon. And this weapon that I'm giving you, it can only be fed by human blood. So you will use the blood of your enemies to feed it, and it will finish everyone that bullies you. This is how this man went back to his village, and for sure, that weapon he was given, he began to feed it with the blood of his enemies. All his enemies were wiped out in that village, and this man was feared. Now, when all the enemies had finished, that weapon, that monster, still had an appetite for blood. So what did it do? It now turned on his own sons, and it ate them one by one until they were finished. Bamwamba, ilomba, naikola. We have started this. We initiated this. They told us. We said they hated him. What we are seeing is just the beginning. It is very unfortunate, but we need to agree that we are partly responsible of this. When this man was going after our perceived enemies, we supported him because we felt that those people needed to be punished, even when he broke the law, to punish them. Simply because we did not like them, we still ignored and supported him. Trust me, it is very unfortunate that I'm saying this, but we haven't yet seen the worst. What we are experiencing as a nation, it is not only sad, it is frightening. We are degenerating politically. We are slowly turning into a mafia state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Good morning, Ambassador. My name is Rana Chandaku Kasama. Kwaya Ambassador. I was listening to that statement by Patrick Kangwa. Like everybody has noticed, there are a lot of inconsistencies in that statement which do not make sense. If you analyze the statement, you even wonder I can even fire the person who wrote that statement because you are making me lose my integrity as a person. I don't know whether he read that statement before he even came on the camera to address the nation. It's the worst embarrassment ever I've seen in the history of Zambia for a person of a caliber of Patrick Kangwa to come on TV and tell the nation what he said. It's so embarrassing. There are a lot of issues like most people have highlighted.
where you say people ran away, they were shooting, and the people reacted to the shooting. They were in militia, people were arrested, people have been followed for years. Like my other colleague said, we've been following for years. And this is a party which has been formed in less than 2 months and all that. So how were you following this group for years? It's so embarrassing. Ambassador, I also want to talk about the issue. I don't know if you have seen, there's a narrative which I've read, part of our watchdog, where they are saying that they have arrested an immigration officer by the name of Masheke, who was trying to aid Council Jonas Zimba to run away from the country. But Kuzukuma, Zimbabwe and Zambia border there. And I ask myself, whenever you PND, save the reputation of certain people. Go with your madness like that. How can a person like Jonas Zimba run away from this country? What
And
has he run out from?
he's at Mulungushi monitoring elections. They all can see him.
Apparently, Ambassador, when I did some inquiry here and there, I was told that actually he's trying to gather information, evidence on the rigging, and because of that they want to pin him down and tell him like he's a bad person. But UPND are so bad at just pinning the narratives and all that. Please just accept to say the numbers you are giving us. We work with numbers, some of us. When I look at a number, something will tell me. A number will tell. When they say numbers don't lie, it is just that. When you look at the numbers, Ambassador, it tells you a trend. From there, you'll be able to analyze, to say there's something funny here. Ambassador, maybe you've not paid attention. Yesterday, I took time to write the numbers, and I noticed that Southern Province, where you are having the HH lead with so much margins, you discover that the rejected votes are in the range of 200 and 300. In the places where Brian Mundil was leading, you find the rejected votes are 1,000 and above. And then there's a trend on the turnout, voter turnout, where there's Southern Province and everything, their turnout is 65% and above. Where Mundil is leading, the voter turnout is 45% and above. They are trying to tell us a story to say, when they come and give Brian Mundil the AMA voters, it will fall in that range. When in the percentage, range of maybe 45 and everything, and then to them it will fall in the range of 60 and above. It's a story. I'm reading a story. We are paying attention to that. And let me also put it on record, Ambassador. The person who's even manipulating those numbers is very down, because I've seen what is going on. I've seen what's going on. It's embarrassing.
Thank you, my sister. Let's begin to wind up, family. Let me take the last 3 calls and we throw back to the panel. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from.
Ambassador Mwamba.
Yes.
Ambassador Mwamba. Good morning, or is it afternoon? Me, I'm a bit confused.
Make
and
your
congratulations. Let your God give you wisdom. Honorable Mwamba, as a senior citizen and a freedom fighter who fought for the liberation of this country at a tender age of 10 years, I'm appealing through your desk. Let Zambia be as a country as we wished that it shall be. And again, I'm appealing to the nation of the Republic of Zambia. We are a blessed country. And what has been happening today, Ambassador Mwamba, has never happened. Is HH the first president? If the freedom fighter himself, Dr. K.D. Kaunda, accepted, and all the presidents have accepted this country to be at peace and no bloodshed in this country, which we have witnessed at Brian Mundubile's house. Why didn't he, as a secretary to the cabinet, issue a statement the very day when it happened? I'm asking, Ambassador, help us as the freedom fighters of this country. We are not sleeping. We are not eating to see that the country which we fought for, remains in peace. Not to bring confusions, not to bring aspen into this country. We are saying, no, we don't want. We don't want. And let it be the last time. Let it be the last time. As the person who is saying is the mother of the nation. The mother of the nation. And is the first cousin to Trevor Mwamba. I'm not happy the way it has happened. I'm not happy as a freedom fighter. Please. Please, please, please. Ambassador Mwamba, we sent you there. We have given you that position. And we are thanking you for the work which you have done. Ba HH to apapata, patebwa fande uma, teimwe mwachichulire chinwe chalo, umwine kaunda, afwa, alifwa wino, alishane chalo chino in peace. Are you the first president? I'm asking you. Are you the first president to make chaos in this country? Are you? Answer me. Answer me. I'm representing them. I'm representing all the freedom fighters in this country. Are you? Are you the one? Ni wewe wachichulira chino chalo. Pakwe batulete bloodshed in our country. I refuse it. If you want, come and face me right now. Come and face me. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? You are wachichulira chalo chino pakwe batule. Why am I paulula honorable minister kafaya indume andi. Ucha kuchitula chintula kuchima. Ero walemba statement ulepera na iwe kangwa ule sunina. Who are you, iwe Patrick Kangwa? Who are you to do this? Who are you to betray the people of Zambia? Who are you? Who are you? I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Ulefa abose kwa freedom fighters kwa tukote. Tuime, tutampe ukushita struggle. Ngesi achitele Julius Kamboneka. Iwe.
No, thank you very much. Thank you. I'll call you later. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, that is a freedom fighter. She's a cousin to Bishop Mwamba, and as you've heard, she's a freedom fighter. She's well known, and she's just broken down here with what's happening to our country. Thank you, Mama, for that call. And I'll call them, but her feelings, she's expressing feelings of many people who are in pain. The country is in pain with how the state of our country where we are. Let me take last two calls and then we go to my panel. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution. Mkwai.
Yeah, Mkwai. Bamwamba chabulanda sana chile chitika mchalo chesu cha Zambia lero nkwete kufika tume kushoto nono na posha na bali panel na posha na president plan Mundil. Ba president bachiralanda nangule for tishu benati shoko bati ba president ama election bali na president plan Mundil. Lero fresh chitika kwe bati ababantu bayisize nabaya go ahead bale chita announces ama results alerango kwe bati ba HH bali pamulu bale litinga ne wali andi nokusakamana kwandi ababantu bankaro ifine fintu bale konkanyapo ukula chita announce ama election kwe bati ba HH bali pamulu fingesa chitumgesa monali mbasala ndo kwe bati ba HH ba wina nefu bakachita kusasanga timba chita surrounding nganda ba president Mundil n'okubekata mwamona era ba president mwamona kwati fine fya kitike ya bintu baire kungande fya ile kitike ba president mundubire n'abatuwe ba fiance fya kitike nomba nga bali bekata ba president kata twakwete po information ibyo so na papene ne mukumona kwandi aba bantu misango shako shintu bakwete na fine fya chanda ba president plan mundubire kuti mwamona kwebati bashinguruka inganda ba president plan mundubire so ninga ba president plan mundubire shakwebati panganda pamya kupali kano kashita nga bakisera pofe beta bafe na ngumukamusa kutafya kachanye ko baberere aba bantu bankarwe andu nga bakonkanya po ukula kita nani kana announce amazi zao singa afuma fe balalanda lokwe bati wa wina nyeche chibaye basinguke nenganda bonangu babekati mama so apatrefu atfwa solution ba president plan mundu le consequent mulengufuira muserepo abo panganda pandu bashire mchitata kwa inu kwa kuya kamwala kumwako mwala aba muno mwine na ngumzana ero tukafwa solution mukafwa solution ero tungendera chapamo ati mono kwebati mumurefu wa peace nge ofine fintu mwachiranda lero for ma supporters ben ati mono kwebati fintu bale chitaba bantu abali mpawa peace tabarefwa bati mumurefu wa peace nafo bene fo bantu refu wa peace nomba nga bamukula mikitikisha munshire yaso twala kwata shani peace mchapa so president plan mundubire consequent lengufuira musere panganda mutu mufwa na solution ifo twala achitakozi ifo na twishibati mwena turekerera abantu batwalire nga bakwate omusango waso bambukula shuta n'abantu bale bafuyika nemirandisho eshafeki esho tebu bakitirere wati mono mbanga bampa so ifo turefu waffe kwe bati mwe bene ba president mwe twishibwe kwe bati walimi vote twalimire kuma 01 kuya mukutandika mapada andi namba mwapite namba iko so isentu afwane mutwebe mwe bene ba president not ofin tumera that peace la kwa iko nombo muntu ushire kwa mutende kutwa mpera shani peace kwezi bale mtende kabaleza mukula mipaira abantu komanda namwe bene mwe bafike nga bali pana nga bali payo mwana nangwa bakashibene icharonga chifukire kuisa so twafuane tumone fo twalaba kupanga nda sereni tumone fo twala chita mutwebe fo twala chita ofisi ntumule preacher ku chipondo tete mule fo chipondo chana tule chikonkera na peace olete nafi mipaira abantu kati watotera bako.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Mwamba. This is Uncle J.
Yes, Uncle J.
I'll tell you the truth. I'm heartbroken. I'm really heartbroken. I'm so emotional right now. With the things that have happened in our country that have never happened before, I can confidently tell you that we've lost a country as Zambia. Coming to what happened at the residence of President Mundil and ultimately the shooting of Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya, what this government is trying to do right now is to turn the tables. That is what they are good at. And they've done that very well most of the time. You know, we should look at what is going to happen after this election, because the charge that they've raised, that is a serious crime, which would actually see most of our leaders go in prison, if not until the time that UPND leaves government. This is why we need to take this seriously. And I want the president himself to look into this and understand the gravity of the charge they are trying to raise against the leadership. Because if someone says, we've heard of these stories, what has happened now is a cover-up to the murder of Mtoto Kafwaya. Whenever you hear people say, no, there was exchange of fire, we've heard these stories when the anti-robbery squads are doing their operations. It's basically that they will do that so that they cover up, they'll just kill this person. Those people were unarmed, they were just coming from a meeting with the observers. And these are gentlemen, these are civil people, these are people that are prominent in our society who've never misbehaved in any way. And to put a charge on them, you can steal an election, yes, do it, but spare the lives of the people. This is sad. I thank you, Ambassador Mwamba.
Thank you, Uncle Jay. Thank you. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Good morning, Ambassador Mwamba.
Good morning. Make your contribution anonymous.
I feel pity for our mother Zambia. My freedom fighter, my mom is crying. I heard her crying. God be with you. Man, everything has got a time. Everything has got a time. You can do everything, but God is God. Esafuira kubika mukono ofuiri okuba. Sho Bible yalanda. Lesa bakutu leka mumone bamwamba it's spiritual. Lesa pakuleka babrani mundulile bapusuke bamoneka bambo kulondora ama evidence. It's God, and I thank God. Wakwata menzo yakumupashi na babe ne bale chita support ba UPND bozo bale chita file chikakuja na bamona amenzo yakumupashi fe alelanda lesa ale monekelanga file monekele pali Shadrach Meshach Abednego ukutsila muno mule moneka uwa namba tuli batatu mule moneka uwa namba 4 God monekela pali Zambia. You are a living God. You are a living God. Abantu badila. There is no election since 1964 Musangoyu. How can you send the soldiers to a civilian? Ushikwete mfuki mwale batitsi tekwa opposition. Have you seen if Lesa? Lesa ale miecha sulwa chabana pamulo. Wamba no kuchurumba necho chine cha sulwa chamchitana threat mwasungana. Nandina bamona konse uko bapo bavotere Brian. Kulifa tondolo abantu balelo lela Brian ife yala bamaliza out. How come mwaleta ba masoja yambokula chitatela lies mu polling station abantu baikala nsusunsuso. Nishi achitikaya kwebati muifofinge mule chitafia muiumfwa baisize tukula complain aba Celestino Mkandila bachita raise complaint ukutsila yoma result ya yuko yale kusana nefo tule kwata June 20 and you said can you remove this one outside but nishigari nkombo ale londora takwa ninowa mchitile nangu chimo isio may you so rest in peace nangutabala kushika filelanda ishowadi and you are the good president ECAO now you have seen achumukulu apusa akabwe tapusa akebo bama bakanje bechintu chimonga nshile umfwa ifule chitanangu yuyumwa umeule yako chirifi fikesa abwela pamo olo bakesanje bati nali kwebeleta bulapo ififile chitika bakaunda balandiro kwati ni munse kotakwa alina AI. Have you seen now? Have you seen now?
Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anonymous. Hello, caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
This is Mama T.
Mama T, make your contribution.
Bamwamba inevana nifuna nikambeko nifuna nifunseko mafunso kuli bamene ba Patrick Kangwa bamene bakamba kuti banapeza maweaponzi bakamba kuti mukabronga so ine nifuna nifunse nifuna ufunza nja kuti why sibakambapo pali ba mtoto akafwaya chifukwa pamene ba Brian Mundubile banakamba kuti kuja kunyumba kwao wenze raided by the soldiers tinaona bakafwa bandani aba bakawana na ma PS benangu banakamba kutia ini boza bana maboza so manje apachecha chinja ni chani kuti bakamba kuti banapeza na firearms mwamne bakambira abo benangu mwamne tizibira government sembezona zona banapeza firearms wise wana state display kutiti yaone elo secondly ine mtima wanga ulira, mtima wanga nosweka. Imwe bakayinde chifukwa mumachita vintu mumwe mubvifunira. Kansi sembe munze kuziva kuti viri vonse vamiti zachita ise mazambians kupera pali mphamvu zatu. Chitumo imwe simuzavomera. Sembe mnatuza chape kuti tisavote. Sembe chape sikunankhala na ma-elections aya. Chifukwa uku kupaya vantu kwamene kwankhalako sikuli bwino. Kushuta vantu vakaere. Muntu wa famili. Uyo mwana so wamtetuka fwaya mwamene adandaulira. So sikukuzani kumtima kwanu. Simumvera chifoni mukatika mtima wa mwana umo. Simumvera chifundo mukatika mtima wa mwana umo. Simumverera chifundo bantu wa Mzambia wamene muteka ise. Sembe mwenzoziva kuti viri vonse vizachitika. Imwe simuzavomereza nina veve. Kali imwe mulina mphamvu. Mphamvu zonse imwe mwatenga mulina ulamuliro muno Mzambia. Tashita endure for 5 years. Every Zambian tenjo imbekezela kuti iyayi. Pa 13 August 2026 tizavota, tizankhala nayo mphamvu yakuti tikakambile mu ballot box. Kuti tikambe so mwamene tikambira pano zonse ni milandu kulimwe bakayinde. Manje kaili mphamvu vonse imwe mufuna kuchita kulingana na mwamene mufunira imwe. Ivi vamene tiona vikadekuonekapo. Sivikupasani kumbera chifundo. Vantu wali manyumba wakangiwa kuyenda kuti vaende vasakire repo vana vadye. Simumvera chifundo. Olo nikuteka kwa mnoko, nikuteka kwa mtundu bwanji kwa mnoko. Mwamene muli pafupi na bakayinde ma-advisors bawo. Simuvauza kuti vankale na chifundo ku bantu. Vamayi vanalumango. Simumvera chifundo kuli vazimayi vanzanu. Simumvera chifundo so familia wa mtoto wakafaya. Sivaziwa kuti wa mtoto wakafaya bali kuti. Tuuzeni kuli wa mtoto wakafaya. Ngati wa mtoto wakafaya wanafa tuuzeni. Tipaseni ngati ni body tipaseni. Nichoipa cha mne mchita. Chino chalo chisankale somwe bantu. Chino chalo tenti chisunga mwamtendere. Mwamne wana chisiida mafofathers batu. Ndia mwamne tisungila tichisungile. Wakaendolo kuti valungu semba na kusitani vivonze vame vichitika hapa. Semba mnangala wa president imwe. Semba simnangala pe wa president uruwani. Ayo masojazi ya mtumira banzani. Mwana kutumira mponi imwe. Iya yosa sitaso mverera nchifundo bantu. Mverera nchifundo kulira kwa bantu. Chitani choenera. Nautizeti chitani choenera. Samina wakamba Mazambian people wakamba chani. Samina tinavotera chani. Chitani choenera pamaso pa muntu na pamaso pa mulungu. Olonga tisumuyopa ise bantu mulungu simumuyopa mnana kulengani mwai. Simumuyopa mulungu ali kumwamba.
Thank you, Mama T. Thank you so much. Thank you. I have two last callers. Hello caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution. Hello caller.
Anonymous as well,
Yes, Anonymous. Tell us your contribution.
Yes, Vamambe Chinga Chakoko, but UPND is a criminal enterprise.
Yes.
Look at the events that have surrounded the 2026 general elections. We have never seen such activities in our nation. Soldiers have been deployed at polling stations. Ulami commander is the reason why we must mustiritum. Hi Karazi. Vantu vamusangoshana vashava responsible. We know that there is a kata. It's trying to please Aka engagement because he has got cases to answer. Whatever is happening, quiz is good now. Any fraud. Look at the numbers that are coming from Southern Province. We are about Furashan. And yet they are saying, go to Manava wasted a match by police. One to Amsangoshan. Manava Kuma estate more to my film. We are more queen of a pen. I'm willing in my own capacity to go and protest because this is unfortunate and this is unfair. Bakango Musana Babunfia, Basa is a party and the statement actually Banga sense. Gachako Barisanga going Futuko Green Kumasini, who niche DM Damika. All of us want to know the whereabouts of Kafwaya. Up to now, the party for Valentia Brown film. There was an accident of gunshot, so he was killed in the process. Who was that to a parasti? This is very unfortunate. Zambia is not supposed to be like this. Umuntu is a Thailand is a dictator in the making.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Ambassador Mwagomben Mkwai.
Endita.
Kuno Mkwai.
Thank you.
Chief Echo Naisa Mkulandako, I want to emphasize kubena Zambia. Avena Zambia mwebantu konsoko mleumfwa. Ala tatulelala. Tulei kalafye. Wacha imitwe n'emibiri shali chinjo kumfuika. Therefore kulanda pali uli amudalo wa ishirena pajama. Mukusoka ba ECZ. Mwewe na Zambia isuleni amenso. Uliomo aume ali milangisho kwebati iyi government yama mafias tukwete. Aid in charge. The ECZ, they were able to obey that guy when he spoke in his useless pajamas, ordering them around what to do and not to receive any questions from any opposition leaders. This is a party that was just born yesterday, a 3-month-old baby, against Ifintuifikulu, like your army, ZNS, Ziale, and whoever is involved. Akainde should be ashamed, and is having boys like that coming to direct the ECZ in a very important election such as this one. Mwabantu, this election is more spiritual than anything we have ever seen in Zambia. Balaba bayo badila. Chabula ndasana ero na chilete chikonko as a freedom fighter umufiashu kuikala ajira uyo musango andiwe kainde na wikala na bakashi na bana munganda, you are at peace. If there's any humanity left muri ba HH vachitefe surrender nokulanda tindume andi mundu bile na wina, because ama figures tualipenda. Southern province, we know if you to vota. So whether batube pesheba Southern province at ni stronghold yabo tualita kata tualibakana baka inde, because kunotapa if you bachita. Va ECZ paku mfuila kwenu baza romesi naba nenu wa mfuila uliowa mapajama. It shows that the UPND organization of mafias, they are the ones controlling this election. And therefore, Fuevena Zambia tatuasumine nga tuamfuafie filifionsa ati Brian Mundu vileta winine. Tuke mano kumachinga ma streets. In fact, Mwevena Zambia, ba Brian na tuishiba walefu ya peace. But if Fuevena Zambia, tufume pamiti mashiesu. No kuima, no kumachinga. Teti atuipa echalo chonse, kainde atupesha, lungu ngofwadi, kainde ngatai kedepo. Filafine baka unda bakene, uyu uwa Southern province nga mwamubika po, balefra no kuibukisheshina diakwe, kesa una ulafie chalo, ofo tule mona, and mweba na bakwalesa, this is not good. We have seen ama videos flying around, kuma polling stations, Iris kaingule, lobale musebanya ba UPND, but this is the bravest girl on Shamuna Kumchalu. Iris Kaingu, I want to put it on record. Iris Kaingu te ule, oyo bachita potre, inena didena kuskulu kuzikas. And I know that girl, the past video, ya chitrepo security. Eya mupangile kofidia kwa taisa abafi apama, but otherwise te ule. If she was able to reject a whole president with state machinery and money, you can call that a prostitute, but mweba mu UPND. Mwalishi wafo muchita even how to get there, and then you want to call that young lady wakana president. Ukweba tidiule. Mwema Zambians mweba supporter wa HH. If you can't speak to evil in its face and you are still supporting it, means you are also a witch. You need to reflect and stand for Zambia, not yourselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That marks the end of our course. Let me revert to my team and begin to conclude. Tim, you know here the caller is king. At least we should always give some callers an opportunity. But the caller is king on my program, and we have to inconvenience you sometimes. Let's start with PS Chanda. Chandagazia, your reactions, then we begin to conclude. Mia Mutusha Mwevantu Wakwales.
You see, it's at times you just want to listen to the people. Abantu Fubalilanda, now we I get so much from the calls, Mama. Then they make these phone calls. It really shows where we are. And it shows the love for the country. Mwebale to Mama phone kwena, mwantu bakwalesa, it shows that you love the country. You want the best for the country. You want the best for the future. You want the best for children. And you want the best for all of us. Okuba tichalo, chifere chile kala mutende, fefere tuikala niwasi. When you see blood, blood is chimokwa mwaocha ichipepala. Nga mwaocha ichipepala chasanguka ama ashes. When you burn a piece of paper and it gets to ashes, you can't take it back into paper. The best is to avoid burning the paper. And when you see people start killing, killing doesn't stop. It requires a lot of God's intervention na self-restraint by leadership. Filaba Mundubile Bachilaland. What President Mundubile was saying, even in the midst of people going into his yard, break the gate, shoot at the plane, see Honorable Mututekafaya being shot, he's still calling for peace. And they say, this country we have is bigger than all of us. And that for me is a very strong leadership point, which I endorse, which I love. That is leadership right there. Now, he can only do so much. The only people that can stop tyrants are the people. When state institutions start to go, you see the executive is gone. You can see what Bakangwa was saying there. You know that there is no executive that can play a role that is balanced. It's gone. When you see the judiciary gone, when you see the legislature gone, people remain on their own. And when people remain on their own, it is just the people's decision that change things. Now, changing things has to be in a non-violent manner. Please, we should never break anything. We should never bring down our country. But we can refuse. Refusing has a lot of things that can happen. One of it is the judicial, even if we don't trust the judiciary, but there could be good men that are waiting. And like things are right now, they are good men in the judiciary. But the problem is that into one basket and they are in a corner and they can't do anything. They cannot do anything until we make that step. For me, I would recommend that if there should be legal intervention right now, because if into Fiachilamo, there should be legal intervention through the structures of the opposition, the entire opposition, also civil society, laws. Probably this call may go to laws. I know it is difficult, but then let's try the legal way until these matters are resolved. That is when we go back and say, okay, some of the things that are happening. Because as long as the declarations are done, then, it's game over. It's like things are not there. But there are good people within our judiciary. And we appeal to those people in the judiciary to look at the country first. Because when the country is not safe, even they themselves, even their families, they are not going to be safe. Ngechalo chakava, it does not choose. We all start saying, where did we go wrong? Why didn't we intervene? It is a time to intervene now and stop the rot that is happening. We have heard people coming on the platform and on social media saying, "We want to buy my election. What to time shakuno?" They started changing this. They started changing this, and I was particularly happy with Bachala. As Bachala said, come and see what is happening right here, right now. Come and see what the people are doing to your votes. And it is you people that can stop that from happening. So people retreat and say, okay, let's look at this, that end. What I also love is that, when you look at what everyone says, Lily Mutunzi, perfect. She's a warrior. Lily, you're a warrior. You're a warrior. You fight. in a way that I can't even talk about that. Then the issue of Council Jonas Zimba, that is just they're trying to distract things there. And let's first know where Council Zimba is, because they are nipping anyone. Once they hear someone who is strong and has the right depth of knowledge, they want to go pick and lock, so that until the onion peeling, which Dr. Brian is saying, they keep peeling. So Council Zimba, we need to know where he is. What is also there is voter suppression. That is one of the callers that say that when you look at the numbers, they are playing around with the numbers to say, okay, he's won the province, but by what margin? So if it is 2%, they just give 3%. So voter suppression is what I think one of our callers was making reference to, that we need to be looking at this trend that is going, because that is where we have to do. Imbira ya mushi tabayankwela muntu wesu, and I'm very happy that you as young people stood up and speak in the manner that you are speaking. So, and then also there's a call for aggregation of all the videos, all the information that we have, so that at the end of we can have this huge dossier, so that people can be able to look at what has happened and they see how intervention can be made. But this requires to be done now. If you are giving up, we shouldn't be too quick. We can't, and they want us to do that, just that. Say, you don't do what you're supposed to do. You don't stand up for the power that it be. We can't be. What you're going to face might be very difficult going in the future, and it will be very difficult for all of us and everyone else.
Thank you very much. Augustine? You have muted, Augustine.
I'm sorry, Ambassador. Thank you very much for this.
It's been a marathon.
And it's a marathon indeed, but for the sake of Zambia, we'll definitely be there for the marathon at any given time. The callers have been very emotional. They are evoking, tears in many of us. It's just not the Zambia we envisage growing up. It's not the Zambia we want going forward. I think there are so many unanswered questions around the military invasion at the residence of Honorable Brian Mundil. I'm happy, he is through that ordeal, has come back. He's able to face the people. He doesn't look intimidated. He is not shaken. He is ready to die for his country. And he's calling on every one of his supporters to be calm and to remain peaceful. That is leadership, and that is what is expected of him. However, he is also calling for accountability. There is overwhelming evidence, extremely overwhelming evidence to justify that this election is not credible. This election is not transparent. This election has not been free. This election has not been fair. There is overwhelming evidence. Madam Mwangala Zalomis should save herself from the shame and declare the results as the people voted at each polling station. There is no way, and there is nowhere she will go with her head high if she declares the result otherwise. She's making a grave mistake. She's making a grave mistake because she would have played a role and participated in subverting our democracy. She would have she's participating, including the commissioners, in an illegal act. It is illegal to suppress the will of Zambians. If the Zambians have chosen their leader, give it to them. If the Zambians have not chosen, make it known to them. You cannot steal an election and sleep free. You will never sleep free. This is the people's voice. You've suppressed the people for 5 years through cyber laws. You also want to steal their voice in the ballot using the army? No. Stop it. Stop it. Ambassador, I appeal to the conscience of Madam Wangala Zalomis. And I appeal to her. I also wanted to raise one thing, Ambassador. Growing up, I once attended a crusade by Dr. Nevas Mumba. He was very fiery, at Independence Stadium. He had organized one under the Victory Ministries. I was there with my late mother. I don't know if I should be regretting attending that concert, that crusade. I don't know if I should be regretting, especially when I saw the video of his premature statement about the arrest of Honorable Brian Mundil and the military raid on his house, leading to the feared death of Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya. Dr. Nevas Mumba made certain statements saying these are false, he was so confident, he was emphatic in his statement. As a man of God, he was telling us that, there are people who follow men of God. So people could have believed what Dr. Nevas Mumba says. But remember, Ambassador, the Bible tells us, you will know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. So, if Dr. Nevas Mumba still believes that what transpired on Friday night at the house of Honorable Brian Mundil was false, as he stated, he must come back and debunk the statement by Secretary to the Cabinet, Mr. Patrick Kango. Otherwise, he owes Zambians an apology. If he calls himself a man of God who is commissioned to preach the gospel, he owes his followers an apology. He also owes God an apology. He must go into his closet, seek the face of God, and pray that God forgives him for attempting to mislead the nation when human rights were being violated by the Zambia army. Dr. Nevas Mumba knows one of the great commissions of Jesus Christ was to come for us, the poor, to save us, that we may love each other. And I appeal to his conscience also to come back and tell us what he now knows about that evening. We have to hold him accountable to his words. And I think that is very, very, very key, Ambassador. I did take note of one other thing that Madam Lily Mtambo said, and we haven't mentioned it here. Secretary to the Cabinet, Patrick Kangwa, says it was a police operation. Fortunately, I'm not too sure if that statement was on video or it was just dry text. The police spokesperson denied that evening, denied such an operation. We now need answers from the Inspector General of Police. In any case, if it was a police operation, where was the Inspector General of Police? We need answers. Thirdly, Ambassador, the government must now tell us. The family of Honorable Mtote Kafaya is still waiting. They want to know. They want to hear from him. He is feared dead. Is he dead? Is he heavily sedated? Where is he? Show the children where their father is. They have every right to see their dad in whatever format and wherever you took him. Please show everyone, show his friends, show his brothers. Fourth, can now the Zambian government, since they have arrested people, take them to court. Let them allow lawyers, let them allow access to lawyers. The people they have arrested have a right to legal representation. Can they now allow lawyers to go and visit them? May they be taken to court so that they have their day in court. We need to prove that there was no militia, there was no whatever weapons they're talking about, military weapons, sophisticated military weapon. There is an opportunity now to prove it in the courts of law. Can the people that have been arrested, having spent 48 hours in detention, be taken to court? They have to. And this is a matter of agency. You cannot just be keeping and holding people. Where are the musicians? Why have they not been taken to court after 2 weeks of their arrest? Where is Rooney, Abra? Where is IDC? Where is Chester? Where is Gaddafi?
In fact, my dear brother, if we had a credible director of public prosecutions, those matters are not even supposed to go to court. They're just supposed to be released. You know, this is just pure harassment, totally pure harassment. So, you know, that would be my comment. Okay, so quickly conclude, we see how we can take some rest, and we should be back later in the day with the evening program.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ambassador. So, I mean, we you know, we're still processing. We hope that as the ECZ comes up for the final result, they'll make good of what they're required to do. And we hope that theirs is not to destroy our country. Theirs is not to destroy our democracy. And before we go, Ambassador and PS, we also have to appeal to President Hakainde Hichilema. He knows the status. There's no harm in him conceding defeat. There is still time. I think the opposition leader, Honorable Brian Mundil, is a man of faith. He's reaching out to his people for peace. He wants dialogue. He wants to put Zambia first. Let's sit on the round table, agree that yes, these are the actual results. This is what the people said. There's still time for President Hakainde Hichilema to concede. He will lose nothing. There's a video that I've just posted, Ambassador, showing how they've been manipulating some of these figures. There's, in one polling stream, President Hakainde Hichilema got 59. Honorable Brian Mundil got 298 or 78. So what they did is on the final tally, they added a 3 in front of the 59. So the result they're tallying there is 359 against 278 or 298. And that has happened in many areas in Southern Province. He gets, say, 1,500. They add a 1 in front of the other one. It becomes 11,500. That's what they've been doing. So let them announce the correct results. We are aware these discrepancies are all over. People have them. So let's not even talk. It's not a thing we should be talking about. You can't even celebrate such a victory. Yeah, you can't. It's like you can't cheat your way into leadership. It's sad that President Hakainde Hichilema's leadership will be known for bloodshed. They shed blood at Honorable Brian Mundubile's home. There are stains of blood there. UPND cadres killed Kungo in Northwestern Province after the 2021 elections. And in the 2026 elections, this time around, President Hichilema has authorized military to maim, private citizens at a private residence. Very, very unfortunate. He has time to redeem himself. Zambians are forgiving. Zambians are peaceful people. Give them what they've asked for in the ballot. They'll forgive you. They'll forget about it. I thank you, Ambassador.
Ambassador,
thank you, Tim.
All right. Can you hear me, Ambassador?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, the last question is this, as we wind up. Now, with all the information that we have, who is going to take responsibility for putting the wrong information before the Zambian people? We need responsibility. Who is going to take responsibility for putting this wrong information before the Zambian people? Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. I'm just receiving breaking news that Roosevelt Tonga, one of our monitors at Mulungushi International Conference, has been arrested. What have they arrested him for? Just for asking a question. He took to the podium at the Result Center. Let me see if I can get this. And they just stopped him and just arrested him. And we know why. Because that card that gave them directives of what needed to be done. So let's see, first we play the other card, and let me see if I can retrieve the arrest of Roosevelt Tonga right before international media. We've seen others misbehave, and nothing is done to them, of course,
Double standards. Double standards.
Very unfortunate.
Where is that? Can't find the video. I hope I didn't close it. Okay, gentlemen, we'll speak to you later.
Thank you very much.
The set of institutions such as the Constitutional Court, to which the president appointed people who were seen generally as lacking the required competence and qualification to serve on the court, but were seen as allies of the president. So what we see over the course of the 2010s was an executive that undermined the guardrails of democracy, civil society, opposition, parliament, and it was partly in response to this closing democratic space that the current president of the opposition positioned himself on the reformist ticket to say, if elected, he was going to strengthen democracy in addition to repairing the economy. Because Lungu and the Patriotic Front were very keen to embark on a poorly managed, nationalization of the mining industries that created even economic difficulties. That's how the 2021 election happened. And despite the restrictions imposed by the COVID pandemic, as well as the ways in which the state itself limited rights, there was a peaceful transition. Edgar Lungu initially resisted to concede because of pressure from within the governing party that felt that they could do something about it. But in the end, following the intervention of a number of key leaders such as the AU and the SADC election observation mission leaders, by Koroma, the former president of Sierra Leone, and the Jakaya Kikwete, former president of Tanzania, as well as former president of Zambia, Rupia Banda, Lungu conceded peacefully, and there was a smooth transition. The next 5 years were, many Zambians expected that the 2010s would be a thing of the past, that democracy would thrive. But what we saw was something different. Initially, there was a window of opportunity that the president took advantage of to repeal a section of repressive law that was in the Penal Code, which his predecessors had used to undermine free speech, called the Defamation of the President Law. And many of us got excited thinking that was just the beginning, but it turned out to be the end, in the sense that what happened over the course of the following years were three broader developments that I think undermined democracy. The first was the creation of new legislation that the current president had actually opposed when he was in opposition. So Lungu, before he left office, passed a very repressive cybersecurity law that human rights activists argued undermined democracy. But the president in opposition said that would be the first law that he refused if elected. He was elected, but rather than repealing it, he actually created two statutes out of it, both of them containing new provisions that actually were more repressive than the...
We call upon the Electoral Commission of Zambia to immediately suspend the application of disputed... Officer, come! You're down.
How is it a stupid idiot? Who has allowed him to do that? Let them take in charge of it.
Put him in the handcuffs. Just put him in the cells. Arrest him. Beat the chap. Arrest him. You are a diplomat, you. You are a diplomat. Beat him. You think you are here to play? Put him in the handcuffs.
So who's giving you authority to cancel elections?
No, we are demanding. We're not just because we're demanding. We call upon the Electoral Commission of Zambia to immediately suspend the application of disputed. Officer, come. You're down.
How is that a stupid idiot? Who has allowed him to do that?
Let them take in charge of him.
Put him in the handcuffs. Just put him in the cells. Arrest him. Beat the chap. Arrest him. You are a diplomat, you. You are a diplomat. Beat him. You think you are here to play? Put him in the
A conversation with
For today land, by ECZ, what can announcement. ECL produced and released the police and the military into the streets to maintain law and order. Today, they want to see it as if it's something alien that has happened for the very first time. That's not the case. That's not the case. This is what is mandated by them by the law. When you read the Defense Act, Chapter 106, what does it say? The media have got a responsibility to protect this country from threats within and threats outside. So when
to the end of our briefing,
Madam, excuse me, I've just woken up from the bedroom to come here.
We will
My name is
beg
Ezra
to
Ngurube.
move.
I'm the secretary to the Council of President in the UPND Alliance.
Can
I
I check with you,
suggestion
sir?
to the UCZ. The issue of questions now is over. Any political party that has got questions, let them write to you, the commissioner. Your time and your dedication right now, let it be to you announce the elections, not people coming here trying to alarm the situation. We don't want that. You ECZ right now, can you focus on the announcing of the elections, not this what we are hearing here.
I think
it is not fair. Look, these are confused people. They're trying to confuse the nation.
Okay,
we cannot allow that.
Can we end here?
Can you focus on the announcing of the elections? And let everybody do the same. Not what is happening here. It's not fair. Pakasalo Amdala, the Zambia is depending on you and this body, and this is the only body. They have got that kind of illusion in their mind to say they have won these elections. You are the only body to announce.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Yes, madam.
May I request, we have closed this session.
I appreciate that. That's why I rushed you. I'm in the pajamas.
The feedback has been received and we'll beg to move for now. Thank you.
Right now, I'm in the pajamas. This nonsense should not continue. Zambia is big. Zambia is big. No, we can't accept it. Want to shake it.
We call upon the Electoral Commission of Zambia to immediately suspend the classification of disputed. Officer, come. You're down.
How is that a stupid idiot? Who has allowed him to do that?
Let them take in charge of him.
Put him in the handcuffs. Just put him in the cells. Arrest him. Beat the chap. Arrest him. You are a diplomat, you. You are a diplomat. Beat him. You think you are here to play? Put him in the
To the end of our briefing.
Madam, excuse me. I've just woken up from the bedroom to come here.
We will
My name is
beg
Ezra
to
Ngurube.
move.
I'm the secretary
No,
to the Council
sir.
of President in the UPND Alliance.
Can
I
I
please
check
just bring
with
a
you,
suggestion
sir?
to the UCZ. The issue of questions now is over. Any political party that has got questions, let them write to you, the commissioner. Your time and your dedication right now, let it be to you announce the elections, not people coming here trying to alarm the situation. We don't want that. You ECZ right now, can you focus on the announcing of the elections, not this what we are hearing here.
I think
it is not fair. Look, these are confused people. They're trying to confuse the nation.
Okay,
We cannot allow that.
Can we end here?
Can you focus on the announcing of the elections? And let everybody do the same. Not what is happening here. It's not fair. Pakasalo Amdala, the Zambia is depending on you. And this body, and this is the only body, they have got that kind of illusion in their mind to say they have won these elections. You are the only body to announce.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Yes, madam.
May I request, we have closed this session.
I appreciate that. That's why I'm in the pajamas.
The feedback has been received and we'll beg to move for now. Thank you.
Right now, I'm in the pajamas. This nonsense should not continue. Zambia is big. Zambia is big. No, we can't accept this.